just collect applications, narrow down the field to a manageable number of candidates to be interviewed, and then they will interview those candidates in an open meeting so that basically the community can see, can also view the interview, hear the responses from the applicant, and see what's going on. And then the council can make its decision about who to hire, based on whatever factors it feels are appropriate there. So it's kind of a balancing between, as Council President was saying, making it so that people apply and can be kept confidential to a certain point, but recognizing that, that ultimately we are all public servants here, and so at a certain point that has to be made public, and the public has to have a chance to see what's going on and be transparent. So this whole process is to basically try to balance those two considerations so that, we can both get the most effective candidates and fulfill our legal requirements for transparency.
So here's my question with the transparency. For example, if we get back and we're in executive session and we say, well, hey, this person, I'm concerned, they may have had a blue backpack. And that may, when we come back to talk in the open, we can't talk about any issues that we talked about back there. Am I correct?
I would say that essentially what you would want to avoid doing is connecting any specific factors with the name of somebody that you were discussing. So if there was a application from Mr. Jones, and Mr. Jones attended, whatever schools or had these previous jobs, having a discussion, saying that their candidate number one, attended University of Michigan Flint and, and has previously worked for whatever municipality or whatever, isn't going to violate that, as long as you're not tying that directly to a specific candidate. So that's all the candidates that you're going to get. There's a numbered list they'll be provided. So, and that's kind of why the blank is on that proposed resolution, is to fill in just the number of the candidate that you all decide that you want to interview, and then Mr. Smith can reach out to them, confirm that that they will be able to attend the interview, and at that point it'll go on the agenda for the next public meeting, and that's their essentially moment where they can no longer keep their interest confidential.
How many people asked for anonymity from the city? Mr.
Two.
Only two?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not an overwhelming amount, just two candidates. But it limits us from talking about the other, was it 25, did we say? So we'll have, it limits us from anything back there from talking about. I don't like being limited. I believe in being transparent and providing the public with as much information because that's how they reach out to us. And go ahead, because I want you to enlighten. Please share your knowledge.
I truly agree with you about keeping things in the public, but I think there is a time when, let me give you an example. And if I'm an employer and I've got a really good employee, and suddenly I know that they're looking someplace else, it changes that employment dynamics with that employee and me. What we're trying to avoid is that putting names out there before we're seriously considering those two people. Then that's, we're protecting their current position, we're protecting the confidentiality of that. But the other thing is that, in recruiting for the city, we're in times when it's very difficult. And so we're trying to make it a process that we all can live with and that will attract the most employees.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker. Ms. Burns, do you understand you spending more time on this than they allowing us to interview in the resolution?
Thank you,
Ms.
Council.
Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. So we have two people out of 25, which leaves 23. If you are applying for a public job, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be, I want to be transparent. I get what you're saying. And that they may, if they aren't considered for the job, they may not get the job. And it may put them at a risk for their job. And I get that, but that's kind of like when you throw the dice, the gamble that you get for, I get what you're saying, but
Okay.
I completely understand what you're saying. But for me, I want to do everything in the public so that people watch our council meetings. And because they do, I want to make sure for the Sixth Ward residents that it's being transparent. And I get it, I get what you're saying, and I just don't like being in an executive session to discuss it. I just don't.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
You know, but this is a public job. You know, it's a municipality. We're not General Motors, we're not Microsoft, IBM. We're a public entity, you know, and it's a municipality. So, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hergenroder?
I just want to, Ms. Burns touched on a lot of the things that I wanted to talk about too, but I just want to make sure that when we go into executive session, I just want to clarify, and I want to get this clarified. We're just going to narrow it down to the two people who are going to actually interview. Is that a correct understanding?
That's my understanding.
So we're just going to talk about like what we can and can't say as far as HR laws, labor laws, and then also we understand, you know, candidate 2 may be, I don't know, an underwater basket weaver. Obviously don't have the qualifications to be city clerk, so we'll, you know, as a body, we'll figure out how we're going to say yes or no to interviewing that person. But then once we identify those two people, whether that's candidate 17 and candidate 5, we'll do that in the public session, correct?
Yeah, the resolution itself has to be, you know, can only be enacted in the public session. So you'll have to leave the closed session in order to enact the resolution. It would just be, you know, our recommendation was is that you would name the candidates by number so that, you know, basically you would, after reviewing them, you could, you know, choose the numbers that you want to fill in the blanks with and then, you know, approve the resolution based on those numbers, and invitations to interview would be then extended to those candidates.
And that invitation, at that point in time, the candidate, when they realize that it's an open and public interview, they have the ability to say yes or no to that interview, correct?
Yes, I mean, we obviously can't force them to show up to an interview, and the law says that the interviews must be public.
Okay.
We don't have the option to conduct the interviews in a closed session. Those have to be done in public.
Okay. But I do also just want to clarify something that you said earlier. So, for example, we can say, well, I really liked that candidate 5 had experience from University of Michigan in, I don't know, clerking. We are allowed to say that, though, that's correct?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. So, all right, thank you. That was the questions that I had.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? I will just wrap up by saying that I will vote for the executive session because, you know, I don't know that anybody that they applied for this position would want their name potentially published in a newspaper for anything. So until we can narrow down that we're truly looking at the amount of candidates, and once again, we're not going to vote on anything in closed session. This is just to get the list of candidates and some ground rules so that we can comply with labor laws. So as far as I'm concerned, this is unprecedented territory. We haven't done this in 25 years. So this is the cleanest route possible that we could think of. So anyone in the second round?
President.
Ms. Percy.
When I was working at Mott Community College, I was a union president. And we had the college president at the time resigned. And there was a process for hiring a new one. Applicants were considered. The Board of Trustees went into executive session to narrow down the candidates of who they were going to interview. Then they came out, and the interviews were public. The presidents were allowed to meet with the candidates, et cetera. And that's when their names were out. Those people who weren't considered, their names weren't divulged. We had 3 candidates to review. I was able to interview them and listen to all the public interviews, all the discussions that they had with employees. And the candidates who weren't considered, names were never divulged. And I agree. If I'm a candidate for a position, and I'm not going to be considered, I don't want to jeopardize my job. I'm not going to tell my boss if I'm looking for a new job that I've applied. Because if I don't, and if I get an interview, it's not, in my position, it's not public, but I'm not going to tell my boss that I got that interview at the time. So I think that going into executive session to do this is the best way. It protects the applicant, and we're not making a decision. You know, you can say, well, we had this one candidate that we didn't feel we wanted to interview because they did underwater basket weaving, you know? And that's our prerogative to say that, although it doesn't really meet, as long as they meet the qualifications of the job. But going into executive session is the only way to keep their anonymity. Yeah, I believe in openness, and I believe in transparency as much as possible. And I think when you're doing an interview process, it's a very sensitive issue for many people, employers and employees. And I just think that in order to protect the individuals who have applied, not only it may, if we don't interview them, what does that do to their reputation? Maybe that will look negatively. People say, well, you applied for the city clerk and you didn't get an interview. You know, we have to think about that, and we have to think about lifting up the people that we consider to be good applicants and that we decide to interview. So I am definitely in favor of doing this in executive session, and I encourage my colleagues to think of it that way, protecting the applicant and their relationship with their employer, as Mr. Smith said, and also to realize that this is not an unusual situation. As I said, this is what went through at Mott Community College when I was an employee there and president of the union, and we went through this process.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley. Anyone else in the second round?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Chairman. As I said, I'll be voting no to go into executive session. This ain't the only way to do it. People can get people's information and then talk about it anyway. We should already have these applications and resumes in front of us already, you know. But the point is this. It's a case, the University of Michigan Board of Regents, and what Ms. Priestley saying about narrowing stuff down and doing, she's misguided. So that's my position. I'll be voting no. I'll be willing to have more discussion about this resolution and the process, but I'm not going to let one or two people dictate to me with Attorney Kim that we must go in executive session.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round?
Yes,
Mr. Murphy.
thank you. So who determined to narrow it down to two people?
So, point
If
of
we go into executive session, who made a decision to determine that we would narrow the 25 applications to two people?
So we can narrow.
Through you to the, who made the decision? Because I heard that when we go in there, we was going to narrow it down. Who made that decision?
What you do is you narrow it down to the most qualified, the people who meet the minimum qualifications for the position.
Point of order. Is this a motion to go into executive session? Aren't y'all the ones that holler about stick to that? I mean, if we want to table this and go into a discussion, that'll be fine, but,
We're
you
in
know.
No. Your point of order is denied. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to the HR director. And the reason why I asked that, you got 25 applications. We may decide that 4 people is good. You may have decided that 2 based on your assumption, but based on our assumption as a council, we may look at it and determine it's 4. So I don't feel comfortable. I'm going to vote to go into executive session, but what I don't feel comfortable with is putting a number on narrowing it down to 2 people. And do you guys, as the HR and as a lawyer, the law representing the city of, do you guys have that authority to tell the council that you want to narrow it down to 2? We may want to narrow it down to 4 or 6.
This body can kind of decide however many candidates it wants to interview at its discretion. There's I guess, in the resolutions drafted as 2 for some practical reasons that we can kind of explain, some of that which would be kind of explained in the closed session itself. But there's also the consideration that, interviews take a certain amount of time, and so there's not unlimited amount of time, but ultimately this body can decide to interview however many candidates it feels is appropriate. And it's easy enough to amend the resolution to, add 3 or 4 or however many candidates that this body wants to interview. It's just, if that makes any sense.
Are you done, Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Okay, anyone else in the second round?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I still think this is a little premature, based on the fact that the council, we did not sit as a group, as a council, to even talk about how we wanted this to look. And before we go into executive session to narrow it down to 2 or how many applicants we're going to narrow it down to, I think it was appropriate for us to have a meeting as a council to talk about, okay, how many applicants are we going to look at and how many are we going to interview before we even go into executive session. I just don't even understand why we're doing this executive session today based on this resolution that we have here on this agenda. It's just, to me, it's just premature. So I'm not gonna vote to go into executive session because I thought this, I don't even think that whoever set this up, you didn't even consider the entire council. And that's all I'm saying. And I heard exactly what Mr. Murphy said. You're probably feeling the same way. Consider the entire council before decisions are made. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Burns?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Kim and Attorney Kim and Mr. Smith, just real quick. So we had 25 candidates, or 25 applications, am I correct?
Yes.
We only have 2 candidates who are requesting to remain anonymous until we get to, if they're considered in the final. Is that correct?
Correct.
So our entire process, once we go into executive session, they will be referred to as a number after that and not by their name. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we won't be mentioning Jane Smith or Joe Smith anymore. It'll be by candidate number 1, 2, 3, or by that number. So their name will not be mentioned anymore. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Done?
I'm done.
Done? Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, Madam Clerk, roll call to go into executive session.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
5 yes, 3 no. We are on to public speaking. Madam Clerk, are
Point
there-
of order.
Mr. Chairman.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I do believe that the reason that this was being called was because of subsection F of the Open Meetings Act. Is that a correct assumption? Oh, Mr. Kim or Mr. Smith, it's because of subsection F? Or my computer died with my agenda on it. Can someone confirm that it's section F?
Yes.
Okay. According to the council rules in the Open Meetings Act, that does not require a 2/3 vote. So Rule 7.4 says that a 2/3, oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I misread the wrong. I apologize. Disregard. I withdraw.
Mr. Chairman,
We're on to public speaking. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Chairman,
is there any public speakers?
point of order.
What's your point?
We might be on to public speaking, and my opportunity to get the floor might have something to do with that. I'm seeing how you rolling. I'm going to withdraw my point of order, but you finna catch hell from me from ignoring my voice from this point on, sir.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers?
Janelle is getting the slips, but I know that Mr. R.L. Mitchell put in the first slip, so R.L. Mitchell.
Please state.
R.L. Mitchell, Mr. President. I hear we talking about how we gonna elect the city clerk. And for the record, the clerk is, wow, I thought it was already on, so it ain't on? Oh. Hello.
There you go.
Hello, my name is R.L. Mitchell. And I'm gonna speak on we're in the election for the city clerk, Davina Donahue. And you saying you wanted us to go to executives, but we outvoted you, the peoples. And Ms. Harkinoka said it's not no anonymity because underwater basket weaver, you all know who that is, and the other one is Jackie Popular. That's not. And I wonder for the people who down south and the television people who listen at me now. My granddaddy was a basket weaver for J.C. Penney's. Look it up on your smartphones and see what that. And he sold the basket to J.C. Penney's. And but you, Mr. President, about not let the public know how to. Davina Donahue is already qualified for the city clerk because I met her about 25 years ago when my other significant other went to high school with me in 71 and happened to have a daughter. Anyway, well, baby went over to her house and she knew how to handle humanity because it was over on Grand Travelers. She could speak for the record. She know how to handle people because this little fellow, I let her speak on that because that's a whole lot. 25 people's got to be qualified for this job, and y'all want to mention their name, and only got 2. You already done put the peoples in the catch-22, whatever that means, just like that bonehead downstairs over, don't know I thought Karen Weaver was going to be, nobody told me nothing until I come in this city hall, and you looking all pale face up there looking like you and that woman over there, I can't call her name now, but the school teacher ain't was here. She probably out there in the media spreading fanning flies and telling lies and talk about like 20 years a slave and the doctor, welcome back, Dr. Lewis, and all talking about the Mackinac Bridge, 65 years, you're going to retire, they take the judge, she bucking her eyes at me, my words wanted to come out. The governor doing a good job. Governor Whitmer, because she, look at that. Hey, that's all I'm going to say with that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
That was our only.
That was our only speakers. We're on to council response. Anyone?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
You Mr. Mays me, all right, but you starting off wrong. You starting off real wrong. Anytime a person is elected and they say Mr. Chairperson and you ignore them, you shouldn't have to have a privileged motion to get a chair's attention. But I know Ms. Herkenroder probably wouldn't because there's a bias in this town. Mr. Mitchell, you're right. Certain folks, when I put together what you say, you hitting the nail on the head. People just don't understand it. I looked at the results yesterday of the election. You spoke about Weaver and Neely. The black precincts overwhelmingly, consistently voted Weaver. The white precincts, Pfeiffer and Herkenroder and them, they voted Neely. Now here we get in here, I'm a black elected official, Mr. Chairman. Ignore me. Like it ain't even nothing being said. Don't even know what I want. We getting off start on the wrong foot, Mr. Pfeiffer, I can assure you. I ain't got to raise no council people. I got a son and grandkids. This ain't nothing new in this session. It's old. It's getting way old. And so you done caught a first ward councilman by the tiger by the tail. When you play me, and you play me in a public arena, I'm gonna play you till hell freezes over. I don't appreciate it, and the people I represent don't appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else on council response? Anyone else in council response? Seeing no one, we are on to resolutions, and
Mr. President,
Ms. Herkenroder.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Moved and properly supported. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Lewis? Yes. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Yes. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hergenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstained because it was an opportunity to discuss this cockamamie resolution that was put together by two people in the legal department. So I'm going to abstain because I wish that we had followed the agenda, not adjourn, and discuss this cockamamie proposal.
Okay, the vote is 7 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstention.
7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. This meeting is adjourned.
Take over the city.
Yeah.
And then don't
No,
really? You can go for me, because I don't want to go. I gotta go to Times Square for a project. I'm a people person, Ally, I'm a people person. It's gonna be a long night.
Today is Wednesday, November 9th, 2022. The time is 5:33 p.m. Finance Committee is being called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Okay, Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing is not in. You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Reading of disorderly persons, City Code subsection 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. Next is public speaking. If anyone would like to speak, please approach the podium and state your name, please. Microphone.
Hello? My name is R.L. Mitchell. I live in Flint, Michigan, but I was born down south in Georgia by a river called Flint River. But for the record, Madam President, you noticed that 2 weeks ago, we the people, I asked Mike College and Callery to back up from the table because we know your pockets are deep because Mr. Mott left you laying that way. This city can take care of itself with the money Mr. Mott left us alone. Calgary, but you notice how they be paying for everything uptown and they give people like Dr. Lewis, the big head, think she can run the city making her own rules and in Herkenrecker over there talking about underwater basket weaver and the guy next to her, and the school teacher calling the shots on lead the public out by having intersection back there. And whoever heard of cockamamie rules like that? And the city attorney, Kim, affirming it all and think we the people don't know what's going on. But like I say, you peoples down in Georgia, look up J.C. Penney's, and Henry Edwards was my granddaddy name. He's a basket weaver. He used to make baskets, and J.C. Penney's bought whoever heard of cockamamie rules like that. And the city attorney, Kim, affirming it all and think we the people don't know what's going on. But like I say, you peoples down in Georgia, look up J.C. Penney's, and Henry Edwards was my granddaddy name. He's a basket weaver. He used to make baskets, and J.C. Penney's bought them from him. And you see who is eminently peoples, just for your homework for the peoples of Michigan. Because, you see, we still ain't got the money yet. What Mayor Neely done took from the peoples of Flint, poisoned us with that water, Flint River water, and the President Obama had come up here in Flint and made the little girl, made him drink it, make it seem like it's all right, and the beat still goes on in America. That's it. Now take that.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any more public speakers? Any more public speakers?
Hello to the City Council.
State your name, please.
My name is Michelle Turner. I am a resident of the First Ward here in Flint, Michigan. Do I state my business now?
No, you're fine. You can continue and move forward with what you'd like to speak to us about.
I have a concern about local businesses here. I think I'm trying to bring something to the table where we can address how business is conducted here in Flint without a concern of how they conduct their business ethics, moral conduct towards the people here in Flint, without a concern, a scare, worry, or respect. Selling things that junk phones is one business. I'm talking about this one metro place here on Ballinger and University, Ballinger and Flushing. There are quite a few businesses here, people who don't pay taxes or people who aren't even residents here, who don't even have a fear of how they conduct business here, but they raking it in. And that's a concern to me, and I would like to see that addressed. I think that would be something for city administration, although I believe I just spoke to someone and they said something about an attorney general, if I'm not mistaken. I know you didn't say city attorney, I'm sleeping, but I'm putting it on the table, and I'm tired of the same old runaround. It's hard to get your voice heard here. And I wanted to open up and be a little easier. That's why these people today were laughing when they sold this junk phone, because they know it's hard to get through. And who gonna do something about it? Who gonna listen to it? What steps you gonna take? Is that my time? Are you kidding me?
You can wrap up. You can wrap up.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate you, and I respect that, and that's pretty much all. And I did want to throw one more thing on here. I want to say I want us to do something about our young people and how they raking up on the state more than the years they born here, on the state with child support and all this other kind of stuff. I want to see some kind of thing where they can reconstitute their wealth other than owing and being someone here that owes the state, instead of a recipient here that flourishes and has an income here in this city, other than outsourcing to Brighton or Howell or wherever. Put some value on our people, put some respect back on our city, and we'll love you, and thank you for it. That's what I want. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any more public speakers? Any more public speakers? Now it's time for council response. Would any council members like to respond to the public speakers. Councilwoman Herkenroder, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. To Ms. Turner, I want to say, first of all, thank you very much for coming up this evening. I agree wholeheartedly regarding investing in our youth and investing in our future, because that's how we're going to keep Flint thriving. In regards to the businesses, I do also want to piggyback off of what you said, off of what you said. There are also a number of businesses who are operating illegally in the city of Flint because they have not paid their business licenses in I don't know how many years. That comes down to an enforcement side of things, so being able to help bolster up the capacity to make sure that within the city, so that we have the ability to be able to enforce the laws and the ordinances that we have put in place. So I totally understand your frustration. That's been something that a lot of 7th Ward residents have raised to me as well for a number of businesses. So it's definitely something that's on the forefront of our mind, and I appreciate you coming here and keeping it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more council members like to respond?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays, you have the floor, sir.
Through you to the speaker. I'm always listening to you, Ariel, but to the speaker, if I'm not mistaken, you might be in the 1st Ward. And so I'm familiar with her from a resident in the ward in which I represent, and evidently she's had a problem with a business that's on the other side of town. And so what I get from that is this. I had a lady call me the other day similar to a business, I think that's on the corner, store on the corner, Ridgeway and Saginaw. You constantly see me at a location on DuPont and Pearson. I'm in touch with a lot of people about spending time at that location. But what trips me out and pisses me off when some of these owners from behind the glass act a fool, seem like something happened and somebody said or did something wrong. Now, as I look at certain elected officials, in this case, the mayor, threat on social media, this stuff out in them stores can rise to a level. You can't piss people off and talk to them and act a fool. I do believe that they pay taxes. I believe that that's a old rumor about certain foreigners who don't pay taxes. That's not true as far as I know. But I think that when you elect people in the administrative positions of this city, such as mayors, and they appoint chiefs of police and others, when you make a complaint, as long as it's a legitimate complaint, police should go by there. I had a business owner come from behind there and throw me into the potato chips. When I was a young man, ain't no telling what I'd have did. So I take your complaint very seriously. Ms. Burns listened to you. There's something going on I don't know about.
No, Councilman Mays.
Y'all were laughing because I'm telling the truth
No,
about folks coming
no.
from behind that glass.
No, they removed.
Somebody gonna get hurt or
Councilman Mays.
That's okay.
They removed the box because when I had a brace on my leg because I'm short.
Okay.
That's what they did.
Because I look at the demeanor when these folks come before council, and I take them seriously because I'm in Flint. I know some of the mess that go on. Let me wrap up, Madam Chair, by saying this. I take you seriously. You know where to find me. If people don't move and they don't take your complaints and don't give them a visit, let me know, because some of that stuff can escalate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Any other council members would like to respond to the public speakers? Any other council member would like to respond? I'll respond. Ms. Walker, I do need your name and then your number, and you do need to also fill out what the gist of your complaint, your issue is, so that I can have it and be able to follow up on it. If you could email it. And in addition to, when I spoke with the city attorney, I would say for you to file a police report also, so that you'll have that, so you can begin the process in the right way. And in addition to that, I did speak with you about the Better Business Bureau, and then also with the type of quality of phones, or if there may be some other issues, to send a letter to the Michigan Attorney General. So before you leave, if you could just please leave me your information. I will give you my email so that you can send me something in regard with what the issue is, since the place is actually in the business is located in my ward. And when we talk about the youth, the youth is important. Many of us up here are parents, and even if not, we've all been children at some point of time, that, you know, we want to make sure our children are protected, cared for, and that we give them a good start, you know, into their future. We're going to go on into Special Order 220399. I'm going to put that on to the next committee meeting without objection. Councilman Mays?
Madam Chair, I do have a slight objection, if I may.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we had called a special meeting, I think a week or so ago, and the only 3 council persons that showed up was Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, yourself, and me. 3 people. I just don't see 6 elected council persons having the same problem at the same time. I look at it as politics. I look at it as intentional. I look at it as calculated.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Are we on your special order? I thought he objected to your special order, which was 220399, Special Order Municipal Employee Retirement System, MERS Pension Fund Contribution. My colleague is not talking pertaining to this objection of this special order. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mays, finish with your statement with what your objection is.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Madam Chair, because Mr. Murphy can't read my mind. He never could, never will, and I hope he don't. And the minute that he do, I'm going to say, oh, and I'm going to say, this guy is a genius. My reason for talking about the special order and his lack of attendance along with 5 more is because I don't want to put stuff off anymore. They don't show up for special meetings. MERS has been on here. I remember asking about it. And it's intentional. It's calculated. They call a cockamamie special meeting and we show up. Some of the same 3, and then here they come. I heard he was out cutting grass.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Once again, my colleague is not talking on the objection of Special Order 220399, which talks about the Municipal Employees Retirement System, MERS Pension Fund. The meeting that was called on Friday did not have anything to do with MERS. Me cutting grass has nothing to do with MERS. My colleague is continually to not be germane to the special order in his objection.
Thank you. Councilman Mays, can you?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, to my learned colleague in the 3rd Ward who don't seem to be able to connect the dots, when you're talking about city business on an agenda, and you got a special order, and you got special meetings trying to take care of the people's business, and he can't connect the dots, I'll excuse him as he learned to connect the dots as to why I object not to put business off, because they don't show up. It ain't the first time. The Finance Committee meeting that was called prior to the budget with no budget amendments, he didn't show up. Some people just can't connect the dots. So the objection is clear. Ms. Burns, they might vote to put it off, but my objection is clear. He don't show up. 3, 4, 5 more of them don't show up. And the business get delayed, put off. That special meeting had to do with 2 children getting killed.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Per the agenda and per my colleague in the 3rd Ward, the meeting on Friday has nothing to do with talking about MERS. This is the 3rd time that we asked. Moreover, he's not showing decorum by speaking degrading towards our colleague, calling him learned, saying that he cannot connect dots. None of that has anything to do with the special order.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. Councilman Mays, can you speak to the objection that you have?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was about to wrap up. She's learned it too. She calls herself Dr. Lewis, but if she can't connect the dots of why I want to keep business on the agenda because they don't show up, she was missing too. And it might get under their skin, but it's relevant to my objection as to why I don't want to delay business that they don't show up to take care of in a variety of ways. So I guess she taking up for her learned colleague. She learned it too.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
This is my third time asking you as a chairperson to rule on my colleague that continually to speak outside of what the special order is. Let me read it again. 220339, Special Order, Municipal Employees Retirement System, MERS, Pension Fund Contribution. That is what's on the agenda, not whether someone is learning or connecting the dots or didn't show up at a meeting. My colleague continually is speaking outside of what the special order and the objection of. This special order has nothing to do with
Point of information.
us not showing up at a meeting.
What's your point
Through
of
you
information?
to the speaker, you believe your attendance ain't relevant to city business and taking care of it thereof?
Finish your point. Are you finished with your point of order?
Here we are, again, we finna spend a lot of time talking about a special order and allowing space for my colleague to take the floor without no limited time, because there's no motion on the floor, but there is an objection on the floor. So my colleagues continue to use his platform in the first ward to attack his colleagues because based on us not being able to.
Okay, so what is your point? Because you kind of all over the place. What's your point of order?
What I'm
'Cause
saying, you are the chairperson.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I'm
hold on, let me
asking you-
finish. Councilman, you have said a few different things, and you did a point of order.
Okay.
Your point of order should speak, are you stating specifically that he is not being germane
Thank
to
you.
the MERS?
That's it.
Okay. So Councilman Mays, because it's Councilman Murphy, and when you were stating, Councilman Murphy, that you felt he was not being germane in regards to the MERS, he's trying to relate it to attendance so that we weren't able to talk about MERS because of attendance. That's what he's saying.
Point of
Hold
information.
on, it's not that, what's your point of information?
The point of information, do you know we are here today at the council meeting, and it is a special order on here to talk about MERS. Are you aware that if you wanted to keep it on here and talk about it, we are here today for you to talk about it?
I am
So it
aware.
has nothing to do with
That's
my
his-
attendance.
That's his, I'm telling you what he was stating. I'm telling you what he was stating. And Councilman Mays, I'm going to ask you to please be germane to wrap this up. Keep it pertaining to the MERS specifically, because you had an objection to that.
Madam Chair, attendance is going to be Jermaine, Tito, Michael, and Jackson, Michael, and Janet to everything on our agenda. Attendance, taking care of the people's business, intentionally missing meetings. Now, Mr. Murphy just said, it's on the agenda today, let's take care of it. Watch this. When I object, that means I don't want it postponed without objections. Now, he done interrupted me, him and Miss Lewis 3 times. Wasted time. I'd have been done. We would be to the vote. Now let's see if he'll put his vote where his mouth is. It's on the agenda. You want to postpone it. I objected. They here. Let's see if he take care of business. Let's see if he vote to proceed with this special order. See, the Lord is good. He done put his foot in his mouth. If he vote no, he's a hypocrite. I'm ready to take care of this business. I'm ready to take care of the...
Point of order.
Here we go.
What's your point of order?
My colleague is not addressing me as Councilman Murphy. He's addressing me as a hypocrite, and that is not who my mother named me when I was born. That is not who the residents in the 3rd Ward voted for. My name is Councilman Murphy up here, not a hypocrite. He's calling me out my name. He's out of order.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman.
Point of
Murphy.
information.
What's your point of
Through
information?
you to the speaker, his mother put Councilman Murphy on his birth certificate. Is that what he's trying to get me to understand?
Okay, you know what? This is ridiculous. No one is, it is, because no one is interested in the back and forth. I'm certainly not. We all want to take care of the business of the city, people are tired, I'm exhausted, and I would like for us to deal with the special order. You have an objection that's on the floor to the MERS. Councilman Murphy has had 3 or 4 point of orders in regards to Stan Germain. You were trying to draw it to voting as to how you were tying it to how we're not able to take care of many, which for some, they feel it's a stretch. What we would like to do, I would like to move on and not waste people's time. Yes.
Madam Chair, if I may, we had a $200 million influx come in. We facing a $15 million budget deficit. This is a finance committee meeting. This is one of the highest priorities. I don't see Mr. Whittigan here. He said he don't come to finance committee meetings. Let's see if Mr. Murphy want to vote with the Fab Five, or do he want to vote in order for us to take care of this business? So I object. Then talked about attendance, talked about stuff piling up, talked about budget deficits, MERS, a $200 million influx. This is finance committee meeting, and whatever his mama named him, sir, if it ain't Councilman Murphy or if it's Quincy Murphy or whatever, you singing to the choir, and you're making yourself, in my view, look a little foolish. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Tanya.
Councilman Murphy.
Yes, I'll be supporting your move to postpone this without objection, because not only will I be supporting you, when I look in further, it's a special order as requested by Finance Chairperson Burns. If that's something that you decide you want to do, I'll be supporting you regardless of what my colleague in the first word think I ought to vote.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. I'm sorry, Gina. Okay. So is there a motion on the floor to Councilman Mays, you object?
Madam Chair, yeah. Madam Chair, is it your intent not to discuss it because Whittigan isn't here? Or what is it, time, a factor, because they called a special meeting and we showed up? What is your logic?
You cannot talk about MERS without having Mr. Whittigan here, because his information, it's going to be required so that we should know exactly what it is. I don't want everything to be, for me, in an email status. I would like for him to talk before committee meeting, because that's a question for us. And I do have some questions. I would like to do it in the public to be transparent. That is what my desire is. The pension system is extremely important, because we're still not, before we got the influx of the money from the state of Michigan, we were only funded 26%. So I would like for us to just to have some feedback with the CFO, so that we will know, and the public will know exactly where it's at, so that we can be transparent. So that's why I wanted it ordered without objection, and I would send Mr. Whittigan an email to have it our next one, so that, I know he did send a letter, but to have him here so that we can ask questions, that we all know, because that's something that's important.
Madam Chair, if I may, and then
Yes.
we'll take it from here and see what happens. If you check the record of the special order and finance committee meeting, guess who asked for it? Councilman Mays for MERS. I can guarantee you. Go back and search 3-4 finance committee records, and you'll see where Councilman Mays had asked for a special order for MERS. And then however the clerical happened, it's Burns. It was Mays and Burns. Now that's a fact. That's why I take interest in this, because I requested it, because it's crucial to correcting the projected $15 million budget deficit. And it's crucial that we do it and get information from Whittigan and the administration as we go into the audit and the budget. And so that's why when I hear people like Mr. Murphy, and then I hear what your logic is, if you request by email Mr. Whittigan to be here, and he don't show up, Mr. Murphy gonna be the first one to object to subpoenaing him. See, this council ain't nothing to play with. We can put people on oath. I've been around for 30 years, and I've never seen a finance director tell the finance committee I ain't showing up, repeatedly. So I wish you'd change your mind. You know why? Because if we done already discussed my logic for this special order that Mr. Murphy want to contribute solely to you, because if you ain't here, maybe you don't know the history of a special order. But the point I'm trying to make is, Madam Chair, he says, whatever you choose. So if you choose to flip in reverse and set it up, and then we got into it and say we're going to try to formally get Whittigan here, which we know formally he done rejected. Let's see if Mr. Murphy flip. See, that's how I operate. I don't go off of what a person say or a council person say. I go off how they vote and what they do. We had emergency manager because of a $12 million deficit. We facing a $15 million deficit. This is at least the third or fourth agenda that this MERS thing has been on. And I dare anybody to look at the previous agendas, and you ain't gonna see Mays and or Burns asking for this. I dare you. So when I listen to Mr. Murphy and Ms. Lewis interrupt me and waste time, and I know what I'm talking about as the senior council person who done did finance and budgets for municipalities, I wish you'd flip on him. And then we would see what he do, because he say he ain't being hypocritical. I've seen it, I've witnessed it, and we've got a long journey ahead of us. Budgets, and I'm telling him, and I'm telling this community and others, keep playing games with me, this council, this budget, and the people's business. It's November. It's gonna be some recalls. Whatever y'all do is fine with me. I've made my case and I've made it well. This is a paramount piece of business. We'll see when this council get to it. Thank you so much.
Any other council member?
Point of order, I guess. Is there a motion on the floor?
No, and I'm here, thank you. I'm getting ready to
Okay.
get into, that was his objection. So is there a motion on the floor for item number 220399? There is an objection. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to postpone 220399 to the next Finance Committee meeting.
Okay,
Support.
it is so properly supported.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Herkenroder.
I'd like to make a motion to limit debate to one round of 5 minutes each on this motion.
Support.
Okay, there is a request for 5-minute debate, limited, and it's been properly supported by Ms. Priestley.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays?
Point of
You don't-
order.
It,
There's no discussion on a motion to limit debate. We vote on the limitation first.
Council, Madam Clerk, there is a 5-minute limit debate on item number 220399, the special request for order for retirements for the MERS pension.
Mr. Mays.
I abstain. It might take 6 minutes. Who knows?
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Voted 6 yes, 1 no. Debate is, well, we're.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair. The squeaky wheels will get these special order oil. The squeaky wheels will figure out how to make this agenda item that's been here a while get done. Let me say this. It don't take me but 5 minutes to say through you, Madam Chair, to the staff, send the email to Whittigan. Send the email to Attorney Kim. You can send the email to Clyde Edwards, who's here now, Mr. Edwards. But when you get an influx of $200 million months ago, and nobody has come to Finance Committee and say how we gonna get it, how we gonna receive it, and how we gonna plug up a $15 million projected deficit, and we going into audit year, that's problematic for this councilman. And it should be problematic for the other 8. I'm going to repeat that in 5 minutes. I done won. If you got a finance director who refused to come to the Legislative Finance Committee meeting and said it in writing, and ain't here repeatedly, and you've got an influx of 200 million, you don't know if it's at the state, you don't know if it's in our coffers, you don't know if it's going to come 50 million at a time. And under this administration and some council members, we have been adopted and we facing at this point a $15 million projected budget deficit. I win. I don't know what the rest of them are saying in their 5 minutes, but I want emails, and if they don't respond this time, let's see if the hypocrites will vote for a subpoena. Thank you, Madam Chair. May I be excused?
Yes. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else? All right, well, this special order, item number 220399, is now closed. Now on to,
Well,
What?
we got to vote.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I apologize. Well, Madam Clerk, roll call for item number 220399 for special order.
Ms. Lewis?
Oh, to post, I probably need to go home.
Did we finish the vote on debate?
He was the only one to debate. Yeah.
Okay. On the motion to postpone, Ms. Lewis?
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
6 yes, 1 no. The order will be postponed to the next Finance Committee, item number 220399. I'd like to order item number 220423, Special Order House of Esther, to the next committee meeting without objection.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Madam Chair, if I may, this House of Esther thing, I'm going to tell you why I object. Because I asked the legal department to draft a resolution specific to this, and that was before a deadline had passed. Through you to the city attorney, why ain't my resolutions on a variety of things, including House of Esther, getting drafted and brought before this council at my request?
Councilman Mays, anytime that I'm in attendance and you request anything, I let it be known to the department. And
Who's you letting it be known to in the department? The head of the department is Attorney Kim, correct?
Correct.
So you saying you letting it be known to Attorney Kim?
Anytime that there's a request that's been made, if we have something that we receive in writing, I, as far as I'm aware, I don't know the process of how he determines who works on opinions, the legal opinions. I only work on the information that is assigned.
I think I know. I think he's doing it in a discriminatory, illegal, and certain way. Let me say this, Madam Chair. I'm going to object, and they can put another motion to postpone the House of Esther, but I've requested that resolution to transfer the sale of that property for weeks and now months. And I know he's an inferior, or Attorney Kim is his superior officer. No reflection on you. But he's the superior officer, and I know Attorney Kim is full of mess. I know that, 100%. And I know that the charter, through you to the city attorney, isn't it a fact, if you know, Mr. City Attorney, that the charter say that any one council who requests the legal department to draft up a resolution or ordinance, that's the law and it should be happening?
As far as I understand, based on the charter, that it's that the legal department is there to aid the city council.
Yeah, that's the law. And so, Madam Chair, if I could withdraw my objection, But I can't let this business pile up. I'm not going to withdraw my objection. They can vote on this one again. They can say Councilman Mays wasted time again. They can do 3 points of orders again, Ms. Lewis and Mr. Murphy. They can do what they want. But my job is to represent that property and hopefully the sale thereof based upon the policy that was voted on a previous council to the people. I've never seen folk come before this council ready to tender 108,000, and the majority got an excuse for not moving and accepting, including Mr. Murphy, in my opinion. So I object. It's here. We got a quorum. They here. Some of them's attendance is atrocious. Look at that seat over there. Worst attendance record of all, and they catching up with her. I'm talking about Worthing. Check the record. Worst attendance. Check them out. Budgets, special meetings, they catching up with her. And so that's my objection for the record. What they do or don't do, I'm getting used to. My job is to represent a bunch of people who depend on me. I'm ready to deal with House of Esther and get the resolution before council. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So are you, Councilman Mason, you do have, you said you were going to withdraw, or what, tell me what it is.
Yeah,
because
you know.
You stated two things.
Politics is a little give and take. Let me save them some time. Because, Madam Chair, I make a motion to postpone to the next meeting. They ain't gonna have the resolution. Attorney Kim probably ain't gonna have the resolution. He gonna be here. Attorney Kim wasn't here. Just for their information, Attorney Kim or no other attorney was here for the special meeting, which it should have been. It should always be a city attorney here. So now the city attorney done got a contagious infection with them to miss properly posted special meetings. This city is outrageous, and some of the players is outrageous. My job is to highlight it and continue for 10 years to try to take care of the business of the residents of the city of Flint. Watch this. Let's see if they remember. I'll withdraw my objection, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilman Mays, you have withdrew your objection to have it postponed to the next committee. There's no objection, so
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Hergenrode.
I'd like to make a motion to send Resolution 220-449, 220-451, 220-468, 220-469, 220-470, 220-471, and 220-476 to council with any separations.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send items number 220-449, 220-451, 220-468, 220-469, 220-470, 220-471, and 220-476 to council. Are there any separations? Support. It's been properly supported.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I see Mr. Brown here. So I want to separate 220-468 and see if that has something to do with him with blight removal. I also look at separating 220-451, a budget amendment, transfer of funds, first quarter budget amendment. And I think we're really out of the first quarter. This is what, November? But I have to check, but I want that separated. And I also want 220-470, separated City of Flint investment policy. I might have a separation or two later, but I'm going to see if I can get my answers in discussion on the instant motion. Thank you so much.
Are there any more? Thank you, Councilman. Are there any more separations?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Pfeiffer.
I'd like to separate 220-449.
449?
449.
Okay, are there any more separations?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy?
I would like to separate 220469.
Are there any more separations? You had 220469.
Yeah, that's it.
I think there's only two left.
Madam Chair.
Are there any more separations? Any more separations? Councilman Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Edwards, can you approach? Mr. Edwards, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Edwards, it says approve a memorandum of understanding City of Flint Police Officers Association discretionary pay. Can you shed some light on that for the record?
Madam Chair, excuse me, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Mays. Yeah, to the best of my understanding, this is part of what has been worked up with the collective bargaining agreement. It has to do with discretionary pay for officers.
Discretionary pay, describe the discretionary pay to the best of your knowledge.
Well, I think it's special event activities. That's pretty much one of my understandings. I don't know all of the particular circumstances where this would apply.
Is it somebody here from the department who do know all the circumstances?
I don't believe there's, unless the officer,
Well, can they be here for Monday?
yes, we'll get someone to be able to
Okay,
answer that
let's
question.
see if we can get this answered by Monday. I didn't separate it. I'm gonna leave it in there. The specific questions is, I wanna know
come back at a discretionary pay rate, which was what they left out with in those things. And so that's what applied with the police too. They're paying people that's coming in our departments with experience to try to recruit. Like people continually recruit people from us. That was, we were trying to get people back by being able to recruit people from other places and offer a discretionary pay rate, a higher pay rate.
So, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Edwards, could you hear what the fire chief was saying about this memorandum in the police department?
Yes, sir, I understand.
You feel like verifying that, as I'm looking now at the resolution, between now and Monday, it'll be a quick yes or no if we said that you verified what the fire chief was saying, and I'm gonna be looking to. So I'm gonna accept what he's saying is true. I'm always interested in the proper amount of pay, whether it's police or fire. I've known this chief for a few years. I've known him to be a professional. I don't think he would volunteer information knowing that I bust him out if he ain't right. So double check it. I'm not gonna separate it. I'll vote to move it no if we said that you verified what the fire chief was saying, and I'm gonna be looking to. So I'm gonna accept what he's saying is true. I'm always interested in the proper amount of pay, whether it's police or fire. I've known this chief for a few years. I've known him to be a professional. I don't think he would volunteer information knowing that I bust him out if he ain't right. So double check it. I'm not gonna separate it. I'll vote to move it to council based upon our conversation here in Finance Committee meeting. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Is there anyone else? Before, don't go too far. I know it's, yeah, don't go too far. I do have a couple questions. Do my colleagues, anyone else has any questions? I need Chief Barton back too. Yeah, yeah. Does anyone else have in this first round? Councilor Pfeiffer.
So, Ms. Wilcox, I'm still waiting on that insurance for the $250,000 deductible for McKinley. Can we get that by Monday?
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Can we do this thing properly? I don't want her speaking off the record and him hollering way back there. That's kind
Yep,
of...
she's coming down.
So it was a question about why we didn't do the insurance deductible, because it was $250,000. I requested a copy of that insurance policy showing that we had a $250,000 deductible. Okay.
Suzanne, your microphone, please.
I will get with the finance department before Monday.
Thank you.
Information.
What's your point of information?
Through you to Ms. Wilcox, you will get it to all the council, not just one.
I will.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Chief Barton? So when you talk, I just a few quick questions just to kind of clean it up for myself. So when you have, I know everyone recruits from Flint.
Right.
You lose police and fire, and I know you had officers, firefighters go to different municipalities and come back. So was it a serious problem with, like, if they come back and their pay? How are you accommodating it? Would we backdating any of this, or?
No, we don't backdate them. Their seniority date starts
Okay.
at when they come back, but we just pay them for their experience. So if they left with 3 years, whatever pay, especially most of them that left wasn't gone over a year. So when they came back, that position already was budgeted at that price. So we felt like it didn't add a burden to the budget. We was bringing a person back that left and came back within a year, And so it was already budgeted at that pace. And so some of them didn't like where they were at, but they left because they were getting more pay. So the fact that they could come back and be almost equal, like one of the gentlemen had left and went somewhere, and because the pay was going to be, it was a higher pay. But when he came back, he figured he'd rather lose like this $1.50 an hour when he thought he would go someplace else, make more money, better chances. Wasn't happy with where he was at. Like, he was a good employee, so we do have the option if they had things in their record, bad employees, we don't have to bring them back. It's not that they guaranteed to get a job back, but we consider it, and when we bring them back, we can bring them back at the pay they left out at.
So it allows you to be more competitive with pay.
Yes.
How many are you looking to hire now in your department?
Currently, we are about 18 firefighters. We've recently had three retire and a couple of resignations, but we have a class that hired in '99. So at the end of this year, a lot of those classes are completing through layoffs and stuff, but now they're at the point where they're completing their 23 years of service and are eligible for retirement. So we lost 3 to that incident in just the last couple of weeks.
So you're really needing to recruit then?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? We're going to go to the second round. Councilman Mays, you have the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, as I locate this memorandum of understanding in the package, there's a couple things throw me off when I heard you talk. You've got a agreement date effective between May 1st, 2022, and it expires September 30th, 2022. It seemed like I just heard conversation about retroactivity. We're in November. So that concerns me. I see a sign-off from a Flint Police Officers Association union person. My eyes ain't like they used to be, but I ain't gonna put my glasses on. I think I see James Wheeler. And then I don't know if that's Poole, but I would like to request that one of those people who have signed off be here Monday. Mr. Edwards, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, can that request be honored?
Through the chair to Mr. Mays. Yes, I should be able to determine, determine who those individuals are and see if they're available for the council meeting.
Say what?
I said I should be able to determine those individuals and see if they're available for the council meeting.
Yeah, I would like to hear straight from the Police Officers Association Union, because when you read the resolution, it talks about this increased discretionary pay when it'll be effective between May 1st and 2022, September 30th, 2022. That time has passed. It talks about the increased discretionary pay will be equal to the step on the compensation schedule. But prior to that, it seemed to limit any additional pay. And then there was an issue about some folks and whether they had been paid in the police department. And so I don't know if that was straightened out all of the, for right now, unless somebody protests and appeal. You know, we got to get back in the business. The political season is over. And so I'm going to request that they be here to shed light. And I've read it now. I've looked at the memorandum. I don't trust the legal department sometimes as far as I can see them. And so no disrespect to you, sir. I'm talking about Attorney Kim. And we'll continue to talk about Attorney Kim until he corrects his behavior or lack thereof. And so thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I'll see what I do when I get the information requested as it relates to this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? right, is there a motion to send 220471, 220470? I need the roll call. The master resolution. I need to go on. Roll call for to send 220471 and 220476 to council. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Was 220471 separated?
No, 220471 and 220476. Those are the only two that weren't separated.
And that's what the record will show? Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no, to send item number 220471 and 220476 to council. On to our-
Madam Chair,
On to our first separation. Councilman Mays.
I just want to recognize that esteemed county commissioner sitting back there,
Yes.
former councilman, Mr.
Beebe.
Brian Nolan. Now, they can holler if they want, but once I leave the council and I come in the room, maybe somebody acknowledge me as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It is to acknowledge that County Commissioner Brian Nolan is in the council chambers. We're now on to our first separation, 220449, the lease agreement, Flint City Golf Club, Swartz Creek Golf Course, Kersley Lake. Is there a motion? What is it? Councilwoman Priestley.
I make a motion to send 220449 to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 220449 to council.
Support.
It has been properly supported by Councilwoman Herkenroder. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
I would like to ask some questions for whoever addressed this issue.
Your microphone, Ms.
Sorry.
Wilcox.
I'm sorry, I turned it off. I have some questions.
Hold on. Ms. Wilcox, would that be your department about the lease agreement with Flint City Golf? I didn't have my packet. This is complete.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Wilcox.
This is actually the law department.
Oh, it's the law department.
It is. It was, the lease agreement was drafted by the law department, and I would defer any questions to the law department.
All right.
Can you just put it on the record?
What was your question, actually?
I'm concerned about the low price of the rent. For example, I'm interested in whether the Flint Golf Club is charging to use this, the golf courses, how much they're charging, and why our rent is so low for that.
I don't have any answers prepared this evening specifically for this. If you could possibly even just send either an email directly to City Attorney Kim or the process that you normally go through for, well, you're not requiring a legal opinion, but for those inquiries, if you could send something directly to the city attorney, he would be able to provide the answers for you, or better than I have.
Thank you.
for you.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Pfeiffer?
make a substitute motion to send 220449 back to finance.
There is
Support.
There is a substitute motion to send item number 2204. You say 441?
449, the one we're on. The one we're
Okay,
on.
449,
Yeah.
back to
To the next finance
the
meeting.
next finance committee.
Yeah, thank you. Pfeiffer over there reading my mind, but I wanted to do this. I believe the Flint City Golf is in the third.
Point of order. I don't think there's been a second.
He needs you to say
Oh.
a second.
I thought
No,
she seconded.
he did a substitute motion.
She seconded.
I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that either.
Okay, you must not have had your microphone on. We didn't hear you over here.
You know she real soft-spoken sometimes.
Can you start over, Councilman Murphy?
Yeah, thank you for sending this back to finance. I would like to go over to the Flint City Golf and just look and see what it is that they actually do. I got some questions too about this. Also, when I looked in the contract, when you look in the contract, it says that the Flint City Golf LLC seeks to enter into a new lease agreement running from 2023 through 2028 with an option to extend the agreement for another 5 years to 2033. But then, when you look at the financial implications, the $15,226.58, thank you, Councilman Priestley, for bringing that up too. I also question the $15,226.58. Is that for 2 golf courses, the Swartz Creek Golf Course and also the Kersey Lake Golf Course? Those 2, if I'm correct. And then, when you look at the contract, will your department need a contract and say yes? If yes, please indicate how many years for the contract. It don't say 5 years with an option for 10. It say on here 10 years. But on this written resolution, it say this agreement is for from 2023 through 2028. So those 2 are not matching. So I just got some questions on some things, so I'll support moving this back to finance.
Madam Chair?
Councilman Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I have grave concerns about the dollar amount because they're getting 2 golf courses for basically cheaper than you can rent 2 houses.
Yes.
I struggle with that. Either we need to sell the properties or we need to put them out to bid for something else because this dollar amount, we're giving 2 massive, great pieces of property for next to nothing. So I think we could have a competitive bid if we don't want to manage them ourselves, or they need to be sold. But the dollar value is of great concern to me. So that's why, and I put in a referral to make sure that Mr. Kim is here to explain this to us and talk to us on why this is so low. So, thank you.
Councilman Pfeiffer, so you want to put in a referral to have?
Just to make sure
Attorney
Mr. Kim is here for
to
next
explain it
finance.
for the city council?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in this first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, there's a motion on the floor for a substitute motion to send 220449 back to committee meeting. Finance committee meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. Item number 220449, lease agreement, Flint City Golf and Swartz Creek Golf will be sent back to the next committee meeting. On to the next separation, which is item number 220451. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Herkenroder.
I'd like to make a motion to send Resolution 220451 to council.
Is there a second?
Support.
Councilman Murphy has properly seconded. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Madam Chair, I've watched this council, and, you know, tradition sometimes is to be broke. You know, we used to have a tradition where we shared leadership, even when it was 2, 3 blacks on the council, majority white. We sometimes shared leadership, president, vice, but tradition can be broke. I'm saying that because when we separate something, traditionally, you call on the person who separated it and see what motion they want. before people just hop out and take people's separations. It's tradition. It ain't law. I'm okay with breaking tradition. Traditionally, people nice to their colleagues. I'm breaking tradition. They ain't nice to me and to the residents. I'm on their butts. So tradition, as I speak on this motion. Now, Ms. Herkin wrote that she want to discuss that, what I just said, and she the maker of the motion. I'm used to it. I look at folks' demeanor. They're going to often to get some subpoenas, particularly you, Ms. Herkin Rhoda. We got a trial coming up. Dare me and tell me I'm wrong. You going to get a chance to commit perjury or tell the truth, I know. I know for a fact I'm representing myself. And the judge then agreed to sign the subpoenas. So you think it's funny, but I take my job very seriously. And I look at the demeanor of my colleagues, including you. Over and over, I look at your demeanor. I'm the senior council person. I can talk about tradition before I get into the motion you made, and you think it's funny. I've seen council people come and go. I've always said politically, he who laughs, laughs, sometimes laughs best. And when I'm here taking care of business, you can keep laughing, I ain't laughing. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, can you approach? I want you to look at this resolution authorizing a first quarter budget amendment. And I want you to tell me if some of the stuff on my agenda should be like that, or should I be able to see it? Madam Chair, when he approached, Mr. Edwards, could you walk right up here to me? I want to clear this up before I get to asking questions. Have you got this on your copy? What is that? It's a sticky note, right? You got that? You got the same thing I got. Okay, so let's see if somebody can clear that up. You got a sticky note over some parts of this resolution. Do y'all see it on y'all copy? Do you, Mr. City Attorney, he's shaking his head, he see it. Through you, Madam Chair, to the esteemed interim city clerk. You wanted to say something? Or we all got it?
Yeah, Janelle's not here, but what I'm going to say is that it looks like her writing, and that probably stands for Finance Committee. It's her post-it note that probably was accidentally copied when she made copies to put this resolution on this agenda.
Say that again.
I'm going to assume that this was just a post-it note that Janelle put on this resolution to put it on the Finance Committee for this date. So that FC probably stands for Finance Committee. She probably was accidentally photocopied when she made copies.
Okay, I see the sticky note, the FC is referring to Finance Committee, but it's covering up the title of the column. And I would guess, if I had to guess at it, but maybe we can get a copy by Monday. That second column, I can't really tell what that is. Mr. Edwards, this is a resolution authorizing a first quarter budget amendment. What first quarter is they referring to? Do you know? Our budget year starts in July, August, September. Is that the first quarter they're referring to?
Beginning, yes, that's correct. July, August, September. That's
And
correct.
this budget amendment that we asking to approve, I'm seeing general fund expenditures, major street fund expenditures. I see expenditures. Can you tell me what's the net gain or loss from this budget amendment, if you understand? I mean, it should be a finance director here, but you know, you probably got a degree in finance or something too, didn't you? Oh, I'm got you mixed up with the mayor. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Do you want to know balances for those accounts, or what exactly are you
I
asking?
want
I'm
to know
sorry.
the purpose of this budget amendment. Is to fix too many expenditures, or do we have leftover money? Do you know?
From what I have in my notes, if you take the 101 expenditure, it's supposed to be for maintenance as it related to trees around City Hall. That's the 80, well, you can't see the figure on your particular.
Say what?
I said you can't see the figure on your particular document, but the figure is $87,800. That's underneath that sticky tab, and that's for maintenance for trees around City Hall.
Maintenance of trees around City Hall.
That's what I have.
You say I can't see it. I
Yeah,
don't know
it's
what-
under the sticky. It is under the sticky.
Yeah, I don't know what the columns say, and you say it's saying 84,000 or what is it?
$87,800.
87,000 for trees maintenance around City Hall.
Correct.
And what is the fund balance? 3 million? See, because these figures to me look like 64 million. You saying 84,000?
That's
I would think, huh?
The $87,800 is the adjustment that's underneath there. That's part of the request that's being made. The total request is 7.1 million.
You talking about the general fund first column, right?
Yes, sir.
101 fund.
Yes, sir.
Expenditures. Let's go to the next to the last column. Correct me if I'm wrong. I see 2 commas. Isn't that $64,893,951? 64 million.
That's what I see in that column, and without us seeing the other 2 columns at this point, I couldn't tell you if that is accurate or not, because I can't see those other 2
Let's
columns.
see if we can get that straightened out between now and Monday. But you know, y'all talk to some of my colleagues more than you talk to me. I don't fool with Whittaker and them outside of a meeting. I don't trust them far as I can see them. You know, people will lie on you. They need to be in this meeting. I'm trying to figure out what's happening with 64 million. Then you see the last column, it drops down to 3 million, right?
Yes.
So something is happening from 64 million to 3 million, and I need an understanding.
Councilman Mays, that was,
Oh, that was
yeah.
that old
Yeah, that
goofy
could-
bill
That's what that
in the
was.
finance committee
Yeah,
meeting.
first
Let me
round,
wrap
yeah.
up by saying this. You can't deal with millions of dollars in a finance committee meeting properly without the right people here, without the right documentation, millions. So I'll wait, Mr. Edwards, and see what we can get done with these millions in the second round. 20, 30 years ago, Ms. Burns, 10 years ago, council didn't have to operate under these goofy rules. I appointed Ms. Herkenroth and them to change them. They ain't met yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in this first round? Councilwoman Priestley. Ms. Edwards, I'll probably say don't go too far. Okay.
I've got, I finally have what I was looking for from Mr. Whittigan in regards to our budget reports. So I can see the budget to actual, and do you know what why they're increasing that $87,000? Is it because, I know that there was a tree that fell in a windstorm, was there not? On the back, or is?
I'm not sure about a specific instance, but it is my understanding that those dollars are for doing tree maintenance around this property.
That is a lot of money. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Priestley. Anyone else in this first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Herkenroth, you have the floor.
So I think in looking at the review forms that come attached to the resolutions, specifically regarding this one with the 87,000, it says the amount requested was equal to what was requested originally for the FY23. And if my memory is serving me correctly on this, I remember a number of department heads coming forward and saying, hey, we did a little bit of rearranging, this is what we'd actually like. And I think that, but it didn't end up happening because we would have had to amend the budget, and then we all know that we didn't have a 5 votes to pass the amended budget. So I think reading between the lines, that this is what was originally requested, for example, by the maintenance division to be able to put that in there. So I think it's being able to help make sure that their capacity is met. So that's my assumption. Does that seem accurate, Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so, all right, cool, thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order. So this is the clean version that Janelle is passing out right now. Could she give Mr. Edwards a copy of that as well if she have one? Madam Chair, you see that, Mr. Edwards, that when you uncover that second column, it makes a world of difference of understanding, don't you?
Yes.
That's why my colleague, Ms. Herkin, wrote it. She passing some, I guess, that ain't my job. The second column, what we can't couldn't see, is the proposed first quarter amendments. The 87,000 that you're referring to is subtracted from the 64 million.
Added.
And so that means at the end of the fiscal year, it's estimated that in the general fund, we'll have a fund balance of 3 million. That's what I see from this. And then you go down major streets or whatever for a total budget amendment of 7 million. You agree?
I would make one correction through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. May. Yeah, column 1, I should say.
Say that again.
Column 1.
Column 1
is the original proposed. Column 2 is to be added to column 1, and that gives you column 3.
Column 1 would be the original amount started with budget as a 10/11/22. That's where we at now. The amendment seems to add the 87 to that.
Yes, to go back and make the budget correct for the
Because you
correct
didn't
amount.
spend that whole 87. If you add it, they didn't spend it.
Well, no, what is happening is that you were correct about column 1. Column 1 is, at the time they were writing this, 10/11/2022. But what they need to correct the budget is to add column 2 and go back to the original budget period, that's column 3, to make the adjustment for the whole year.
Well, let me ask this important question. All the way up and down column 2, where's that money coming from? Do you know?
Oh, out of those particular, they're making the adjustments to those.
No, because everywhere you look in column 1, all the money in column 2 adds to column 3. So if you add that money, the relevant question for me would be, where is all that money in column 2 coming from, that 7 million? Do you know?
Yes.
Where?
For all of these expenditures, like the 101, there is a 101 counter revenue account.
Major streets, local
If you go all the
streets?
way, yes, if you go all the way down, I've come to understand that the counter account is a revenue account with the same number.
So you're looking at the expenditure.
That's all we're listing here, 101 expenditures, 202 expenditures, but there is a counter account.
That's coming out of.
Yes,
Can
101
you verify
revenue
that
account.
for me and put it in
Certainly.
front of me by Monday?
Certainly.
I don't like to just take people's word for it. I want you to show me the accounts, the balances, and, you understand me?
Yes.
That's a fair question?
Yes.
You can't show it to me today, right?
not without going into
But we can
BS
probably
today.
have it ready by Monday.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. We'll wait and see what happens for me. I'll let my other colleagues do their thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round? Is there anyone else in the second round? Council Murphy, you're not getting ready to? Okay. Okay, so no one else in the second round? Right, to send motion number 220451 to council, the budget amendment transfer funds, first quarter. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm going to abstain and wait to see where this money is being taken from and moved to before I vote affirmatively on this first quarter budget amendment.
Ms. Lewis?
Abstain. I abstain. I wasn't here. I don't know where we are.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions.
6 yes, the motion passed to send item number 220451 to council.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that brings us to Resolution 220468.
Yep, if you give me a chance, Councilman Mays, I'm going to go next on the item is 220468. You asked to have that separated, sir. And I want to make sure that that was my mistake of not saying for the first one, it was not anyone else's. So I will apologize for that. I did not put that down, so that was my error.
No
So
big deal,
it
no
is-
big deal.
You were to make to have that separated and
You are a very courteous chair. That was almost like a tongue twister. I'd like to make a motion to move 220468 to council.
Support.
There's a motion on the floor to send item number 220468 to council. It's been seconded by Councilwoman Herkenroder. Is there any
Madam Chair.
discussion, Councilman Mays?
Through you to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, could you approach? While he walking up here, Commissioner, if I'm able to, we'll see if we can get you maybe in and out of here. I know what you're interested in. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, help me to understand. This is a resolution resolving that the Division of Purchasing and Supplies, upon City's Council approval, authorize issuance of a purchase order not to exceed an amount of $91,000 to purchase a wheel loader with grapple bucket. Can you speak on that? I think I know what's being said.
Yes, sir. I'm pretty sure.
Is
you
that
do.
mic on?
Yes, sir. I think, yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is going to help us with going into a vacant lot. It's like a front-end loader, like the
Okay.
large front end, but it's smaller. And we can be able to go in these vacant lots with the grapple bucket, grab everything out and load it.
Where is it located? Is it ordered? Is it going to take some time?
Well, it's on hold right now, so.
It's on hold, you know where it's at.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, what about the other equipment and or personnel that I've been trying to help fight to get you since the budget? What we got left outstanding, do you know?
Well, we have a couple of pieces of equipment that will be coming through you, and then we are still study getting employees. So I have like eight employees right now.
I was in the barber shop the other day.
Point of information, could you say that? I didn't hear it. You said you were what with employees?
8. We have 8 employees right now. 8 black laborers.
What did he say, Ms.?
That he's got 8 employees.
And that's where I was headed. I was
Oh.
finna say, no, I mean, you wouldn't have knew it, but that
Yeah.
was relevant. I was in the barber shop the other day, and it was a guy getting his hair cut. Guess who he worked with?
Yeah.
You heard about
He
it?
told me, so
I
yeah.
told him I was gonna bring it up. How much do he make an hour, you know?
$15 an hour.
Somewhere in that range. Do you think them is proper amounts for these folks? What do they do? I mean, is he operating equipment? Has he got some skills?
Yeah, they're all being trained. I'm training all of them. So,
Mr. Brown, what if me personally believe that they need more money?
well, we're gonna have a two-tier because I just received a CDL driver.
A what?
A CDL driver.
Yeah,
And
I
he's-
asked him, did he have his CDL?
No, they don't.
But he operating equipment?
Yes.
Right, don't require CDL?
No.
Okay, so you were saying?
Well, we're gonna have a two-tier pay scale. So we have to attract CDL drivers. I heard the Chief Barton talking about the wage increase. So they're actually doing that to try to attract some CDL drivers because we can't get any because our pay scale is so low.
On an average day, for example, the gentleman that I met, because that goofy bell gonna go off, we in committee, you remember the old days of council, we used to could discuss and get business done?
Yes, sir.
Council people used to talk, all this old mess here ain't about nothing. Mr. Brown, what do that guy do in an average day?
Well, with the lightning load, well, we're killing it out there.
What about hand labor? They picking up couches, or y'all picking them up with equipment? What is these people doing?
Equipment, we cleaning out vacant lots, boarding up houses, picking up tires, just cleaning
Oh,
up.
I already kind of got an idea. And you've been a little bit on the ball in a couple of things. Ms. Burns, I think they deserve more than $15 an hour. And so I want to push for something, whether it's an increase or some bonus or premium pay with ARPA funds. It's time. That bell gonna go off. I don't know if I want to do an amendment to this purchase, but is there any purchases additionally to this that you need?
No, like I said, they'll be coming to you.
Huh?
Their purchase orders they would be coming to, resolutions coming to you.
I don't trust folk in the administration. I'm coming to you.
Oh, yeah.
I got resolutions laying in the legal department for months. Why can't I come to you? What is it, the equipment and personnel that you think you might need? Who am I? I mean, can I have knowledge?
You got some knowledge?
I mean, give me some knowledge.
All right. I got a chipper coming.
A what?
A chipper.
A chipper. I remember talking about the
And
chipper.
I have, I'm working on a finance person and a principal clerk typist for
A
the
finance person
and
in the
a
black.
clerk typist.
Because right now you're trying to deal with this finance department that won't come to our finance committee meetings, but you don't have to answer that. That's the department, ain't but one finance. You want your own person. Okay, just like police, they had a finance person. You remember that, BB? They used to have their own finance. Go ahead, what else? Give me a smorgasbord.
Okay.
You got a chipper, finance person, you said something else.
Well, just the finance person, the principal clerk typist, to work in the office.
Central
where-
clerk typist.
Principal clerk typist.
Principal clerk typist. Okay, principal clerk typist. Now, Harletta and them in your department, right?
Yes.
How many employees? You told her 8 total in that department?
Yes.
You think by Monday you can bring me a spreadsheet with any additional equipment and any the salaries and the number of people in that department?
Sure.
Because between now and the sooner you get it to me, what's the day, Wednesday? The sooner you get it to me, I'll play with these budget amendments or amending this resolution to see if we can get you something so you won't have to keep coming back piecemeal. And I don't know what they're going to do. All I know is what I'm going to try to do. You ever seen me get nervous about trying? Not me. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that first round. Did I hear a bell, Mr. Brown?
There it is right there.
I'm getting used to this mess, ain't I? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey got it. That was that.
I was at the Oak Business Center the other day, and I looked into your man cage. It looked nice. You got it real neat in there. The equipment is well maintained and up neat. The walls that there was warm in there. So y'all got it looking really cozy. Just want to let you know that. But since you are here and we're talking about equipment, and we've been going back and forth with personal property, blighted properties that landlords have vacated and people may have used it as a dumping. Do you have the equipment to go in, or is there some legal issues that we're dealing with that we can't move forward with cleaning up privately owned property?
Yes, there are. I've been working with Attorney Kim in the legal office to bring back a nuisance ordinance that we haven't been utilizing. It's already on the books, but this would be able to allow us to go on private property, give a notice to whoever the property owner is, and then go in and execute cleanup on those premises. If they don't comply, we will require them to have they can call in and request an extension. But if they don't comply, then we go in and we do it and we charge them.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Through you to Mr. Brown, when you do that, do you send a bill out to them?
Well, actually, we won't send a bill at that time. The process is, and I used to do it when it was litter abatement, and we would go out, we would measure everything that was out there, and then we would, I would go to the post office, got a firm book, sent out a notification to whoever was the registered owner, and then they would get a letter. I would post one on the premises, and then I would send one to them. If they don't call and comply, we'll go pick it up, and then it would be assessed to their property taxes. So whatever we did, after our invoice was, we would turn it in, and then it would be going to special assessment on their property taxes. You don't like that?
And the reason why I brought that up, since I've been elected, there's a young lady in the Rollingwood neighborhood, and you went by and looked at that.
Yes.
And she lived right next to that, and all of that stuff is, ain't no telling what kind of animals is coming into her yard, and she's frustrated. She keep reaching out to me. I did everything, did the referral, went through everything. It's a year later, it's still sitting there, and that's frustrating to me that these residents is reaching out, and I'm doing what I can, but my hands is tied.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how tied your hands is with this, but I think us as a council, we probably need to look at visiting our ordinance and seeing if we need to put some teeth in these blight ordinances, because if we got privately owned property that is blighted and residents calling us about it.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
I want to let him see how it feels when we talking about purchasing one single thing, and he talking about ordinances and blight policy, and that's how he do me. You're all over the place. Now, if I was doing my point of order, I'd say, tell him to just talk about this. Oh, I'm going to withdraw my point of order. It'd be foolishness with him. What I just did was demonstrated some foolishness. Thank you. I withdraw my point of order.
Councilor Murphy, please proceed. I think you're
Thank
on
you so much.
ordinances regarding.
So what is happening is we getting calls, and I'm sure some of my colleagues is getting the same calls of privately owned properties that Mr. Brown can't use his equipment, even though he may have it. And with this resolution, dealing with equipment could help him in cleaning up these privately owned properties. But if we can't go on there legally and clean up people privately owned properties, and the blight officers, the NSO, I know my officer have went to this property, he done ticket, but it's a landlord, an absentee landlord that own these properties. So if we asking him to clean up and send the referrals, our hands are tied. So I just think we need to look at creating an ordinance that give us a little bit more teeth to allow them the opportunity to go in there and clean and put it on their taxes, or find out where they work at and charge them, or put it on their.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
Mr. Murphy, you saying create an ordinance to go with this purchase order?
Thank you. So, I know Judy, maybe, you can, think to see where we might could recoup our money if we go clean the property. Should we put it on when they file their taxes? I'm just not sure what that look like, but I just asked my colleagues to look at that, and in the next couple of months, I would like to, bring up and draft. Y'all got some input on what y'all think it look like, and let's draft an ordinance.
Point of information, Councilman Murphy, that is already being done.
Okay.
We have an enforcement issue,
Oh,
because I've had it done, and he's had a issue with employees to get it done, because it's department, or number of employees.
Through you, may I say something? I know we've when it gets to another level, building and safety has a issue, and we have done like since I've been here, we've done 3 court order evictions. And this is where you have property owners who own these properties, and we have gone on the properties and boarded them, and with the help of the enforcement of the police department, we went on the property, boarded it up. They bring everybody out of that sucker, and then we board it up, and we just clean the whole dang on property. We did it over on Alvord, we did it on Victoria, and Crawford. So it's just gotta go through the process. It's like 2 different processes that we're dealing with. You know, the one I'm talking about, I'll be able to immediately go on there and take care of anything on the right of way, like evictions or move outs and the stuff that people are just leaving out. Because I'm like, man, right now, we don't have a catch-all for between the garbage department and us. So this would provide that catch-all, and we will be able to go out and pick that stuff up and give people warning, and then they will go out. We go out and pick it up and assess the charges, and you will notice a big difference.
So the situation with the resident that I'm talking about in the Rollingwood neighborhood,
that's something that I told you I would get with Mike Ryder and take him over there and take a look at it. So pretty sure that if we look in the system, they probably got a lot of tickets, and if they get, I think it's like maybe $500 worth of tickets or something like that, and it starts that process for that property owner. Because I'm dealing with a situation, I think in the Second Ward right now, where this person hasn't been here for like 18 years, and this lady behind him is complaining because the backyard is just overgrown.
Okay.
So we need to be able to address that. If they're not going to be here, we need to be able to go in there and do what we need to do.
Point of information, just so we are on, they have to have, and there had been an issue with having or did you know, they have to write blight tickets. You have to have at least 3. And a lot of them didn't have blight tickets. Some of the NSOs were not writing them up, so there was nothing in the system. And then building and inspection depend on what it is. And they will cut grass or chop down trees is what it turns into with some of these properties when it's not cut, because it turns into seedlings.
I'm done.
Okay. Is there anyone else in this first round? Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Pfeiffer?
Yeah, real quick. I've been to a couple of those board ups. Thank you and your team. And I think they were borrowing equipment from the street to do some of those cleanups. So getting their own equipment will be good. Real quick, since I don't see Suzanne back there, I'm going to do a referral, Janelle. Can you write this down? With the new zoning code, I know that there are restrictions, implications, there's stuff that is relevant to the blight officers. Can the planning and zoning department put together a one-pager of all of those items, whether it be more than one car under repair or whatever else is relevant, to update the blight officers so that they can know the new code? Because I know some of the new code is, we had a lot of people turn in their homes into car repair shops. So now we have, under the new zoning code, you can only have one car under repair. And if not, you get fined and then they start towing or whatever else. There's also fence issues. There's a bunch of stuff in there, and I just want to make sure that the blight officers and your team have some kind of continuing education, if we want to call it, to get them up to date on the new code. Thank you.
Anyone else in this first round? Anyone else in this first round? I do want to address, what is the CDL? How much do they get paid?
It's 1771. Only reason I know that because
Is that full-time or part-time?
it's full-time.
And that comes with a benefit package?
Yes.
Point of information, could he repeat that again?
Could you repeat it again?
1771.
And then that comes with the benefit package. So 1771 for the person for a CDL. If you are a laborer, you're 15?
Yes.
And does that come with
Yes.
full-time?
Everyone that's in the blight department now is full-time.
And how many laborers do you have? Because if it's, is it?
I have 8 laborers.
And then
I
how-
have 7 laborers with 1 CDL. He's still
Okay.
considered a blight laborer, but he has a CDL.
And what about your staff?
My staff is Harletta. And that's why I'm looking for the principal clerk typist.
Okay. And explain to me what the grapple bucket, is that the one with the iron? I'm not
Yes.
into,
That thing
is that the one that swings over and it'll pull out and then back to the truck and, okay.
It's the grapple. It's like an attachment to the front end loader. We have one on the Bobcat now, but it doesn't move as fast as the front end loader would be. But this thing will just reach in and grab things off of fences and everything that we don't have to go in there because I'm afraid to death of rats. So so I need.
You're in the wrong department then.
Man, shoot.
Then you wouldn't have wanted to go to the house on Seneca Street that I was able to get torn down because it had rats.
Yeah.
It literally had rats
Yeah. So.
that the land bank did tear down. And speaking of, what do you do when you go to a rat house? Because we had a difficult time trying to get an abatement to get the rats removed. The house was torn down this spring on Seneca, 1617 Seneca. Does your department, I couldn't find out anyone, because this was a land bank home, but there were rats, and they weren't little. These were like this big.
It's crazy because the mayor tasked me with the direction of trying to get exterminators that can go out and bait, and trap, groundhogs and possums and things like that. But through my trying to find these people, they're telling me that, when they go out and bait these places, the neighboring cat comes over, eats the rat, and then the cat dies and everything. And I'm like, man, it's always something. So, but we're working on that right now.
So how many laborers do you need? Because I think you would have 4 for a long time.
Yes, I tell you, my vision is to have 4-man crews, one crew with a like a lead and a CDL driver, so I can hit all 4. I'm going to divide the city. I told you I was going to try to divide it up in quadrants, have 4 quadrants, and have a 4-man crew in each area with all the equipment that they have to have that we need to do what we did.
Point of information,
What's your point?
When you say four-man crew, you mean four-person crew, because women can
Oh.
do this job as well, correct?
No, don't, I'm sorry,
making
I'm
sure.
sorry, I'm sorry, don't
Just
get me
making
caught up
sure.
in that,
Okay.
no, don't get me caught up in that.
Point of information.
Four-person crew, you want a job? Come on.
I think she's volunteering for the rat houses, so that's what she's saying.
All right, no, don't get me, I'm good, so.
So are you looking to, what is your max person that you want for this? Because I think, I know I call and email, and I've got a list to already email again, because we get these calls all the time. And as a matter of fact, I've got Corona Road that is just, I inherited, that it's got building after building and home after home. And there's so many issues on
Yes.
that Corona between, I think, Pershing and Ballinger, that you can almost take that's just a job.
Yes.
To both
Yes.
sides. I got a boat they just dump boats. I mean, we never saw this 20 years ago. We just dump a boat someplace.
We've collected like 3 boats now, but it is crazy. But we'll address whatever we have to address, as long as we're doing it the correct way. Because I don't want to get in any kind of problems with nobody out here. So
Point of information.
go ahead.
Did you know there's a boat on the corner of Woodbridge and Sloan? Make a note. It's
Is
buried,
there?
it's buried in the woods.
Oh, I didn't see that. So, but okay. Well,
So, I know when we look at Blight Court was behind, like, I think the pandemic.
Yes.
So you're really playing catch up. How many NSOs do we have now?
I don't want to.
Okay, no
because
problem.
I don't know for sure.
So-
But I know they're doing better on their ticket writing. So
Yeah.
it's increased. So that's a
And
good
that
thing.
was, and I think that's important too, because it's really hard, even for us to counsel, for those of us who you write around and you email, and I take my laptop because I plug in the address to see who owns the address, if it's Land Bank owns it, or if it's City of Flint, or if it's a who knows property. So, and it's work every day. I went down Knight Street, and Knight Street was a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's like, I don't know if that's like the place where they decide to go dump mattresses for some reason, but they do. And we have pockets of Flint that are just known for just for dumping, and they don't care.
No, they don't.
I was over in First Ward before somebody rolled in with a mattress on their car and just dumped it. It was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they didn't care. So with this grapple bucket, I think that getting your department with the equipment that it needs is, for me, it's important. When we look at everything through emergency management, anything that could be sold to have, to get a dollar amount, it was sold. So some people got some great deals. Basically, Flint
Yes.
was, and you worked during that, so
Yes.
you saw that. And I think people need to, I think you do a great job. Not just, I think I've known you for 30 years, and not just because of that, but because you take it seriously. You know Flint like the back of your hand, and to have someone in Blight do that, you really have to have someone that understands it, and you've seen it. We do have a long ways to go. We didn't have this much Blight. You know, we can walk, we can ride through and see homes that were once livable, that were nice,
Yes.
that are now,
Yes.
no one lives in them. In
Yes.
areas, you can buy up a block. So this grapple bucket, I can see you can use it in every neighborhood. We were just talking about schools where Councilman Priestley has Washington. I have
Yeah.
Zimmerman, which is on Corona Road.
Yes,
I don't know if someone, it looks like a war zone.
yes.
And, you know, for me, I would like to use that as a revitalizing that area, because it's actually on a state road, Corona Road is. But to get it cleaned up first is the first thing we need to do, because residents have a right to complain. It looks trashy. It looks a mess, and it's not just one, it's all the way down both sides of the street. And I do need to get with you and then to send a request. And I also sent one to Chief Green, because some of those buildings, we need to find out, I don't know who owns all of them. And I'm not willing to go there by myself, not in that area. I mean, it's a reality, because you have people with, there's drugs, and prostitution is no longer just in one area for
Yes.
Flint. It's spread out. You know, it's spread out. So the grapple bucket is important to get our neighborhood and areas clean, and I support this. But I agree with Councilman Mays when he said you need a list of things that you need because Flint needs to be cleaned up. And I had someone call and tell me this week that the north side looked better than the east side. I said, it depends on what part you're at, but we got some work to do. Mr. Brown?
I just want to tell you guys, thank you for the equipment that you have made sure that we have, because it's making a big difference. That lightning loader is one of the best piece of equipment that we could have purchased. So I just wanted to say thanks.
Okay, thank you. And on to the second round.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Real quick, the equipment and the personnel would make a difference. It's a difference when you're doing stuff in the summer and the winter as well. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, can you approach, as you approach Mr. Edwards, I want to see if this administration going to maintain that you are the head or the point person for the Black Department. I want to see where that organizational structure is at, because then I'm going to ask you to bring some of the same stuff I asked Mr. Brown to bring. I understand the politics of the city. I understand those who are forthright and honest, those who slick and cheat and skin and grin. So my question to you, Mr. Edwards, what role, if any, are you playing with the Black Department based upon what you previously told us?
Yep. Through you, Madam
Yes,
Chair,
Mr.
to
Edwards, yeah.
Mr. Mays. Originally, when we had that discussion, Mr. Brown was not in place. I'm the city administrator. Everybody reports to me that is under me. And so Mr. Brown is now the one who is managing that particular area of government, and he and I have regular discussions, but he comes to me to have discussions about things he needs or ways I can help, but he's managing it. He just explained. He's looking for a finance person. He's been handling interactions with grants. He's managing the field activities, and he's managing his office personnel. So he is the person that is operationally over that particular area of government.
Now, you know how I would say that. We don't have the quick way of saying it. We ain't got to fool with you, right?
You'll always have to deal with me.
Well, I ain't going to always have to deal with you because I see stuff in the charter. I don't care about these politicians. I get them when they can. Department head, city administrator, you fool around and let me recall 2, 3 of these. I can make people disappear. But I think we're having a good sense of humor talking here, but you talking for real and I'm talking for real. Then why haven't you know about his need for a principal clerk type of person?
Yes, he and I have been working together on that with HR.
You've been acting as the principal clerk person?
No.
Your staff has? You got all that work on this big-time manager?
We've been working, as he identifies problem areas, I'm helping him create a solution.
I understand me and you have always been able to have some humorous but serious banter, I'm going to call it, banter, and we will continue. You know when I get mad, I get to fussing and cussing and making moves and get folks out the way. But let me say this. Do you have a problem? I'm asking for equipment. I'm asking for personnel. I'm trying to get this department right. I want an overall budget. He brought it to us. Y'all move around with some of these folks up here. You know, I'm put together 1 or 2, 3 votes up here. Why don't y'all put together the other 2, 3 votes and get this stuff approved? He shouldn't have to keep coming back piecemeal. And if he don't spend it, it go back into the fund where it's at. This is a waste of my time, a waste of his time, and a waste of the residents' time that we ain't put this blight department together. Let me say this, Mr. Edwards, while we on this subject. I'm serious about what I'm talking about up here. I want you to give me an organizational structure chart. It's about time for another update. I want to see department heads, Whittigan, I don't know what y'all calling him. I want to see appointees. Ed Taylor, Phil Phelps came to my house. I cussed him out and told him, get the hell off my porch. It's a time for an update. Give me them 5 appointees and them 8 department heads in line with the charter. Can I have that by Monday? Is it that hard?
I will, my best answer to you is that I will take steps to get that
Well, no, I
prepared.
don't want no steps. And so I'm going to see I can pick up the pace because some out of order. You got police chief, fire chief, city attorney, you got you got Suzanne Wilcox. I can count up to 8 in 2-3 days. And then you got appointees. You got Ed Taylor. Some lady approached me talking about she was the communications person. I told her, get away from me and go communicate. We had a protest out there dealing with House Esther. She approached me. So it don't take too long to count to 5. And it sure don't take that much longer to count to 8. I'm requesting the organizational chart, including how Mr. Brown is set up in what department, and I'm also asking for that by Monday. Now, if you get it or if you don't, believe me, some people look at politics just during an election period, not me. I'm political all year round. I always say it's more than 5 ways to skin a cat, and you'll see that happening. As people come at me, I go back at them double. We're going to get this stuff right for the residents of the city of Flint. Ms. Burns, you chaired a fine meeting earlier when that nonsense was happening, talking about being germane and stick to the subject, because this fella hopped all over everywhere, and y'all did too, about a piece of equipment. So keep up the good work. You got these folks sitting over here to my left. They tell chairpersons, penalize him, throw him out, warn him, penalize him, and then come back and do the same thing. Point of order, point of information. Now they moaning. I say they looking stupid.
Point of order.
I already know what your point of order is.
I don't know
Go ahead.
who he referring to as looking stupid, but the last I checked, my name is Quincy Murphy and Councilman Murphy, and I don't know who he referring to as looking stupid, but he need to chill out with those derogatory comments.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. If you could not, that's to be viewed as a personal attack. Can you please proceed?
Madam Chair, that ain't a personal attack to me. He could have asked me that in a point of information, and I'd have told him who I was talking about, him. Sounding stupid, looking stupid.
Point of order.
What's your point
Again,
of order?
My colleague in the first ward is defining us as looking stupid, and that's a personal attack. And as a chairperson, you need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mays, that is a personal attack. Hold on, because I need to rule on that. So I'm going to ask you to refrain from that, and the next time I'm going to have to give you a warning. We would like to finish, so we're almost to the end. Your 5 minutes is probably almost up.
Madam Chair, I just respectfully disagree with the chair. It's not a personal attack, it's a professional attack. He's sounding professionally stupid in his seat.
There we go again.
Councilman Mays, I'm going to...
Madam Chair, I'm going to let y'all
I'm gonna
young
get that-
folks go ahead and do. Let me say this, if I may, Madam Chair. I can attack
Hold
his
on,
voting
Council-
record. Okay, I'll wait.
I'm going to give you your first
And
warning.
I'm going to fear you for asking. I'll
There
wait
go-
for your rule.
And
Y'all
I'm-
interrupted me. I'm going to
No,
take my time.
hold on. Did you, because that was going off, he was talking. Did you have a point of information beforehand? Because
Me?
yep, you and Council Murphy were talking at the
I'm
same
waiting
time.
for you to rule on whether I can talk about them professionally. They sitting in these professional seats. And so once you rule, I'll tell you my position. I'm going to continue to talk about them professionally. I'll talk about his voting record, my opinion, whether he's sitting in that seat, sounding and acting stupid with me. as it relates to-
Councilman Mays, that is your warning, sir.
I'll appeal the ruling of the chair.
There's the ruling of the chair. Is there a second to the appealing of the ruling of the chair? Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam
If
Chair,
not,
let me
go back
say
to-
this. Let me say good night. But in my whole career, I'm going to say when somebody, a professional or elected official is acting stupid, sounding stupid to me, and y'all ain't going to keep removing me out of my elected seat for my opinion because somebody's sounding stupid, acting discriminatory, talking
Point
about
of
who
order.
out of order, and
Point of
y'all
order.
condoning that BS.
Hold on,
I'm
hold
out
on.
of here. Y'all argue with yourself and let him call
What's
you
your
out.
point of order?
So my point of order was that the time was up, and so we
Thank
were
you.
moving on.
Thank you.
Now you come on.
Councilman
you
Mays,
stupid with it.
Councilman Mays,
You talking about come on now,
Councilman
I
Mays.
think you acting professionally stupid.
Councilman Murphy.
If they can call me out of order, I can call them out of order. If they think I'm stupid, I'm gonna make it known. I think sitting in that seat, he's professionally stupid.
Okay, Councilman
And I think
Mays,
that
yes,
y'all ruling
yeah,
wrong
yeah.
on his stupidity and discrimination.
Okay, we are now on to, we are,
One piece of equipment, and ain't nobody.
we are in the second round of item number 220468. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, we are on to Madam Clerk, roll call to send item number 220468 to council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
the vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Point of order.
6 yes, 0 no. What's your point of order?
Can we warn the audience, please?
Excuse. Council.
Madam
yes,
Chair, I
yeah,
would-
Yes, let me. Okay, if we could please have order, Councilman Mays, if we could please have order in the audience, please. Thank you. Now on to item number 220468 to send to council. It has been approved to send to council. We're now on to item number 220469.
Yes.
That was separated by you, Councilman
Yes.
Murphy.
Just,
You have the floor.
Very briefly, I don't know if Davina can answer this question, or can Paul Herring
Paul?
answer this question. This is the contract to do the electrical upgrades of the council chamber. I know we also,
Yeah, hold on. We need to put a,
okay, let me do a motion
Yeah.
first. I would like to make a motion to move 220469, contract Weinstein Electrical Company, electrical upgrades to the city council chamber, to council.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I support.
It has been so properly supported. And Councilman
Thank
Murphy,
you.
did you need that through Davina or
This
both of
This
them?
question is either to Davina or to Paul or to the administration. I know we approve ARPA dollars to do upgrades of the city council chambers. I don't know who will be over the, what that look like. I'm not sure if it's being handled by our clerk, Davina, or the administration. Who will be responsible? And is this upgrade going to be part of that renovation process? That is my question to someone.
Actually, I think Ms. Rowley is here. She might be able to help explain, but actually it's going to be maintenance.
Council-
The vendor, but it's, we're working with maintenance. But Ms. Rowley had worked on the resolution.
Okay, so, and let me kind of, is this technology upgrade part of the renovation of the council chamber? What do? Yes, someone.
I couldn't barely hear you back there, I'm sorry.
Okay.
What was the question?
The question is, this $148,000 for the electrical upgrades of the city council chamber. I know we approved some ARPA dollars. We moved some money to the Boys and Girls Club, I believe.
Pam,
Who?
Pam,
Pam,
police
okay.
athletics.
Yeah. So who is responsible for the upgrading of the council chambers? Who will be over? Would it be in conjunction with the deputy clerk?
So budget-wise, on that resolution, there's two different accounts itemizing both the electrical upgrades themselves and then all of the equipment. So IT will be responsible for paying for the equipment so that they can retain it as the city's property. And then the facilities maintenance department will be paying for the upgrades that are needed in order to install all of that equipment and support all of that equipment. That will not eat into your ARPA budget, which was, what was it, $500,000, I think, for your council upgrades. So you will still have that full amount to play with even with this. This is something that they've wanted to do for years, even prior to the ARPA money. So this is just something they're finally moving forward with. And we had input from the clerk's office, even when Ms. Brown was here at that time. IT, had Paul in on it, just for feedback, facilities. So it was kind of a collaborative walkthrough to see what needed to be done.
So when will have there been any discussion on the process of the renovations of the council chamber?
There has been one discussion so far, but no decisions have been made. I mean, in hindsight, we did meet with Council President Pfeiffer on that last week, myself and Davina and Lee, the facilities maintenance supervisor, just to kind of get a feel for what direction you guys wanted to go in with that money. And it was more or less just to get a feel of who could contract that work, what the ideas were behind it, and actually him asking quite a few questions with Lee being familiar with this on what could be done with the asbestos flooring, so.
I just want to give recommendations or my suggestions and input on, I know we have some chairs over in the water treatment plant that was installed in the auditorium that we have.
The dome, yeah.
The dome? The dome.
We can't use those.
So I don't know if they could alter the legs. I know it was something about the legs were being slanted, so I'm not sure if those could be altered.
I don't want to speak on behalf of facilities, but what I have heard was, A, that would definitely mean digging into the asbestos flooring, disrupting that asbestos flooring, and B, that there weren't enough to fill up council chambers, is what I've heard. You're talking about the ones that were donated to the city, correct? The remainder of the ones that aren't in the
We got
dome.
a whole abundance of chairs left in the, over at the water treatment plant.
Yeah, but that's just what I've been told, was that there weren't enough to fill this room, and because anything that would be bolted to the floor would include the disruption of the asbestos, which could potentially be a problem, and a very costly problem.
Okay, that's it. That's all I had.
Yeah, Councilman Murphy, just so, you also, Councilman Pfeiffer worked on it, but those chairs were donated from the old palace before it was torn down from the Pistons. And so those, they've been there for about 3 years, and they don't fit for how they are slated. And I do know the issue with the asbestos, but Councilman Pfeiffer, you want the floor?
Yes, please.
Yes.
So, like Ms. Morales said, we met, and so this particular resolution is for basically the behind the scenes before we actually start our renovation. So it's getting the electrical, it's getting, so we all have electrical outlets up here for our laptops. It's new cameras for Paul. It's a new speaker or new microphones. It's all of the infrastructure before we actually start our renovation. So part of the renovations and the $500,000, this is not part of it. So that's why we're able to cut the $500,000 and give money to PAL. And if we run into issues I have another avenue that I can potentially get more funding from an outsource to help us out with that. But, so this is just the infrastructure before we get the actual renovation done. So this is, like she said, this is in dire need. It's been in need of for the past decade. So this gets us up. This gets us also a network connection at our station. So I know the Wi-Fi spotty. This gets us a new screens, new projector, new sound or new microphones for the committee room for closed sessions. We don't have to fumble with those dilapidated ones. This gets us halfway up to 21st century. So, yeah, this gets us up to post 1989, and then the additional conversations we'll have when we actually do the upgrades of the actual council. It's new. We've had conversations with new desks. One of the things that I've brought up is, since it's asbestos flooring, we just carpet it and put carpet tiles down. It'll help with our acoustic problem. It'll help with everything. We got new chairs that hopefully we can get quotes on, new paint. So we're working on it.
Anyone else in this first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round?
Point of, just real quick, I just want to thank Ms. Rowley, because she's kind of the quarterback, and she's quarterbacking all of this. And I kind of put this on of putting it forward to move us, because if not, somebody don't take a lead, we just tend to let stuff fall. So she's putting all the stuff together, and she's working hard to find us vendors to do this stuff and quotes. So I really want to thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so before you leave, Ms. Rowley, because I would like for the public to know, because it's a public space, I agree with the carpet tiles, because that way if you have something that spills, or you talked about getting them done with these renovations, you can take up just the square as opposed to the whole carpet. And it allows us to, I think that was a great idea. And asbestos is a serious problem, that you cannot disturb these tiles. Then we'd have to have an abatement, and that's a whole nother issue. And then also getting the wiring done, because you have to do the wiring before we do any of the cosmetic part, the construction part. So have we gotten to the part to where you were looking at desks or furniture, or, you know, how far has it gotten?
So we do have a couple vendors that we're working with. If you remember, we did approve a contracted services resolution for Trio Paint, who they do a lot of the work around here, and think that he did a walkthrough, but it was kind of fuddled because there was AV stuff going on up here for the elections. But he seems pretty confident that he can complete the work. Other than the only issue they might run into is this second platform here. Councilman Pfeiffer made a good point of actually wanting you guys all to kind of be on the same level, and maybe one piece of like U-shaped furniture. And then taking these out and potentially putting like a stacking chair, which I kind of let him know. I had the idea too of previous municipalities I've worked in have been able to generate revenue by using a space, which would be great having those stacking chairs. You could put, 6-foot tables in here and rent it out for conferences or banquets or whatnot, like a lot of other municipalities do as a revenue stream. So
is this being guided solely through you, Councilman Pfeiffer?
I mean, I just I'm trying to push it forward, but I'm open to input from anybody. I don't.
And I did make sure when I met with Trio last week that anything that they can give us quotes on, for instance, is itemized. So that way you can all kind of look at it and determine, we want to take this out, keep this in, make it really simple for you guys to kind of pick and choose what you want, what you like, what you don't. We're just not yet to that point. So now that the election's over, he can probably come up and he needs measurements, so.
So where are we at in the design? So we've had paint, we're at the wiring and
Preliminary.
Just ideas.
Okay, just idea part.
Yeah, just real quick, we got to be careful with Pfeiffer, because he might tell them pick some bright orange colors and green.
No.
On them.
Point of information. So Are you aware that the carpet tiles we have in other places in the building, so we would just use the same so
Make it
that they can have one stockpile? Are you aware?
So he's being smart.
It's a nice
so that
navy
it's-
blue for you that are wondering.
So that it's uniform. I wasn't done yet.
Oh, okay.
But,
I was going to say, I just hope we get new windows.
well, now, that's all through City Hall then, but we can't even open these. Yeah, you cannot. So.
That might be the entire ARPA budget for the
Yeah.
city council chambers if you push that, just.
So, so has the equipment, because it wasn't clear before, because I thought there was like 35,000 that Paul had for equipment.
This was a weird thing that
Yeah.
kind of happened prior to me being here, and then it, I mean, is Paul still here? Yeah, he's still
Paul?
here. Slipping through the cracks and then being brought back up. So that's another reason why IT is going to pay for a lot of this AV equipment. Paul, at, his leisure and because of, needing to be able to do his job up here, has brought a lot of his own equipment. So some of it's ours, some of it's his. This way, he'll be provided with that equipment. We will have that,
Now, he's got
retained here.
TVs in there before our audio or screen. Paul, can you come to the front, please? Because I don't think he ever used them, and they may be, I don't know if they're even outdated now. Because we're onto a whole new, I don't forget what G or K or smart, whatever the TVs are.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Thanks. You had equipment that you weren't able to use. Can you still use that equipment that you ordered, or do you need new equipment for the new equipment that you never got to use?
80% of it I can still use.
And
The
then what is the
TVs aren't
20%
bad.
that you couldn't?
Let me double check. It was a switcher that I bought that the technology has changed.
Changed.
Yeah. So it was like $2,200.
So are we gonna have like, because it'd be kind of nice,
It's going to be wonderful.
yeah, so that we can use like our laptops and screens that can see out.
The goal is to allow us to be able to hook into your laptops if you wanted to
Uh-huh.
do a presentation.
Right.
If somebody's standing here at the podium, they'll be able to put a laptop on and send it to all the screens.
Okay.
And it's just going to be wonderful. I mean, I've been waiting for this for almost 15 years.
So 80% of your equipment that you do have some equipment already.
Point of information.
What's your
Yes,
point of
very
information?
little.
The owner provided equipment that says reuse is the stuff that Paul has already agreed to, that he's going to reuse or that we can
Okay.
reuse.
Okay, okay, thank you, Paul.
I really wanted to take that 72 home. I can't take that
Nah, you
72
can't
inch
do
home?
that. That's the people's. That's the people's. Okay, I think, because I was the last one, I think not, but I'm going to allow you to. Okay, so we are now on to sending item number 220469 to council, Madam Clerk, roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Sorry. Just for council to consider also this work, it has to be done around schedules. So right now, post-election with no clear election on the horizon, and also with the holidays coming up, this would be a good time to have them come in and do some of this work while we are not as busy over the next several weeks. And by that same token, for councilors to remember that when scheduling its meetings, because they will need time to come in here and do things. So you might have to move somewhere else temporarily, but just to keep that in mind, the scheduling of the work.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Just real quick, I'm not sure if we could use the Dome as a temporary site to have our meetings at, if that's what we need to do until they finish the renovation, but that's just a suggestion for.
Point of information.
What's your point?
So, are you aware that we're going to try to do it on some off weeks where we have that fifth week of a month? So where we have an off week and we might have to have one or two special meetings in the Dome.
Okay.
All right, thank you. On to sending, Madam Clerk, we were on the roll call for item number 220469 to send to 2246, 469 is to send to council. Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Okay, Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
Item number 220469 will be sent to council. On to item number 220470, that was separated
Chair?
by Councilman Mays. Update City of Flint investment. Mr. Mays is not in chambers.
I'd like to make a motion to move 220470 to council.
Support.
There's a motion on the floor to send item number 220470, update City of Flint investment policy to council. It's been properly seconded by Councilman
Madam Chair.
Murphy. Councilwoman Preet, is there any discussion?
You to Armand.
Amanda?
Amanda. You and I spoke back there, and you said that you could, did you figure out any parts of that were changed from the current policy or updated?
Yeah, there were, there are tweaks to it, very minor ones. I know that we originally had the 2002 one compared to the new one, and I couldn't find it on my laptop. My laptop wasn't cooperating. I'm going to try and find it on my desktop, so that way I can show it to you. But it was just very minor tweaks. It's all under still Public Act 20, so there's not many changes.
Okay, yeah, I was reading through this. Who is our chief investment officer? Is that Mr. Whittigan, or is that you?
Me,
That's
that's,
you.
yes.
Okay, because it says chief financial officer
Right.
/ you.
Right.
Okay, those were my questions.
Okay.
I read it through, and I see no issues with this.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Councilwoman Herkenroder?
Just real quick, I guess two things. So what prompted this review? I know that it's not been done since 2002, but is there any kind of compliance deadlines on updating it?
No, the auditors had wanted that back in 2020, I think it was, because that's when we originally did it. And then we updated it, and then there was a debate if it was supposed to come to council or not. And then we've been through a couple CFOs, so finally we kind of came back to this and said, we need to, get this done.
Got it. So we're catching the things that have fallen through the
Yes.
proverbial cracks. Okay,
Yes.
very cool. Thank you. And then the second question that I had was regarding, do you have it in front of you?
No, I don't have.
Okay, so for section 5, it's all about investment pools and mutual funds. It talks about a questionnaire. So before any investments are made, do you and the CFO sit down and go through and fill out this questionnaire before we invest any of the city assets?
No, we haven't. That was something that, anybody that we have, the different places that we invest with, like Comerica, Multibank, they fill out the questionnaire, so we have the proper paperwork for them. And then normally, I just make sure that anytime I've invested anything, the people who, will send me things to invest in, they know what we can and cannot buy. So, that part isn't anything that, it's always been up to my discretion what I buy and not. And I normally, lately I haven't bought too much. During the pandemic, I want to start buying stuff now because now, interest rates are going up. So that's what me and Rob were talking about that probably a month ago. That's why this investment policy was brought back up, because it was like, I need to start investing again.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
We really do, especially right now. So just looking at this, not to harp on this, but because it does say that the questionnaire shall be followed through, just to clarify, is that done by whoever's managing the funds, or is that done by city staff?
And I have to look at that
Okay,
again.
yep.
So I can get you an answer by Monday.
That would be perfect. If we can have
Okay.
that answer by Monday, that would be fine. Other than that, I have zero hesitations for sending this to council.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Councilman Hergen. Councilman Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I would just request a copy of the current one.
The 2002?
Yes.
Okay,
Just so I can see what's
right.
changed and see what changed, or see what changed and why we just aren't adopting the 2002, so I just want to compare. Thank you.
Could we get that sent to all council
Yeah,
members?
all council people, you just send
Yeah,
it to
I will.
staff.
Yeah,
Before
I can
Monday?
I have that one, yeah, but like I said, my laptop wasn't working this evening. I don't know why, so, because that's what I was looking for. So I'd be prepared for you guys, and it's not
So
working.
you can send that to Janelle before Monday?
Mhm.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Is there anyone else in this first round? Anyone in the second round? Anyone in the second round? All right, Madam Clerk, roll call to send item number 220470, update City of Flint investment policy to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
7 yes, 0 no to send 220470, update City of Flint investment policy to council. There are no
Madam Chair?
discussion items. Is there a motion on the floor to adjourn?
So moved.
Is so moved, properly second by
Support.
Councilman Pfeiffer. It has been seconded by Councilman Pfeiffer, make the motion. Councilwoman Hurkenroder, second. It's looking properly second. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Excuse me. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
Wait a minute. It's 8:04. Finance Committee is adjourned.
To my colleagues, can we move,
Grants. Grants is next.
huh?
I'm going to move grants next.
Yeah, we're gonna move grants next?
Grants is
Okay,
next.
all right, thank you.
Go right into it, right into it.
It's 8:05, we're rocking and rolling, let's go.
Tanya, you're going over there or here?
Over there.
Who? She's coming here. He's getting into it with the officer, so.
It is 8:06, and I call this Committee for Grants to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Hurkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing is not in. Mr. Mays is not in. You have 6 members present.
Oh, we have 6 members present. Reading of disorderly persons, City Code subsection, Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. Is there any one from the public who wishes to address council?
Hello, council. Hello. My name is R.L. Mitchell. And for the record, Madam Chair, Madam President, to the financial department, you see, the Popo is lacking money in the apartment. As you can see, they're getting violent with the President Mays because people like you and the Fantastic Six don't really know how to vote, and they're getting sticky fingers, pickpocketing the people by talking to the mayor downstairs, their commanding leader, and you see how they're doing the Popo back there, jumping on people like they do in Russia. Russia had already done told people straight up they're gonna monkey with the vote, and they already doing it, and nobody's saying nothing about it. Only Miss Harkenberger, because she's along with it, grinning all the time when they be saying they're gonna do certain things to the we the peoples and think the we the peoples is okie dokie. Like a turkey duck calling between the crossfire. Like the country bunkers across the street and all that stuff. And while we yet trying to do the affairs of the city, the Popo studied what their commander-in-chief talk about, don't want the people who could tell on the drive-by snipers and stuff because they know in the ombudsman, financial ombudsman, to put them like Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown doing his thing because without the city and you got to finance the Brown no matter what. You can't put him, he Mr. Brown because he gonna stick around. Don't blame Mr. Brown, he's just a man doing the best he can. You peoples, what's that word? Because you hypocrites, Saved by the Bell.
Thank you, Aro.
Mr. Murphy.
Is there any other persons who wish to address council? Properly seconded. Seeing none, council response. Is there any discussion?
Yes. I would like to separate 220473.
Is there any other separations? Any discussion on the master resolution? Any other discussion on the master resolution? Seeing none, roll call, please. To send resolutions 220458, 220474, and 220475 to council.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to send to council. Mr. Murphy, you separated
Yes.
220473.
Through you to Commissioner Nolan.
Could we have a motion, please?
Oh, I would like to move Resolution 220473, the grant acceptance budget amendment transfer of funds from the Child Steward My Foundation for Burston Fieldhouse capital improvement in the amount of $10 million, and also an allocation of the ARPA funds of $1.5 million, which total $11,500,000 towards this project for Burston Fieldhouse. Through you to
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, through you to Commissioner Nolden. First of all, thank you so much for all the work you have been doing up at Burston Fieldhouse, from being the city council to first taking it over up under the emergency manager. I believe it was Ed Curse at the time when they were shutting down all the centers, and you took on that on a voluntarily basis, and to see where it was at and where it's going and where you're taking it. I just want to personally thank you so much. I've watched you over the years do the different things, and I met with you probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and looked at the architectural plans of the whole campus, not just the building. I consider it as a campus, and I'm so excited to see the work that you is doing around Burston Fieldhouse, all the programming and all the just so. First of all, thank you. Could you explain to the public what this $10 million and the $1.5 million gap is for Burston Fieldhouse?
Absolutely, and thank you guys for allowing me to come to speak today. This is something that I've been working on since 2017. As Councilman Murphy stated, in 2009, when then Mayor Dane Walling was the mayor, and when the emergency managers started to come in, they were going to close Burston. And I asked Mayor Walling at the time, would he give me the keys to the building? Because I just want to keep the building open so that the young folks in the neighborhood would be able to come in and play basketball for 2 or 3 hours. And then I felt that if I was able to keep the building open for 2 or 3 hours, they'd be tired when they leave there from playing basketball. They would go home, get a shower, get something to eat, and they wouldn't get in trouble. So from that, I became the volunteer director. And for 8 years, I cleaned the building, I cut the grass, I plowed the snow. When I bought an old plow truck, I still plow the snow. I got a newer truck, but I still do that right now. We have gone through a tremendous growth. In 2014, we got our nonprofit status as the Friends of Burston, and the Friends of Burston was just going to be a fundraising arm to be able to keep the Story building open. In 2016, when Ruth Mott started to do their North Flint funding, we were one of the first organizations to get it. So when we got that money, I went from being the chair of the Friends of Burston's board to actually being the executive director. I was doing it for free, and I told them I would have continued to do it for free, but if you're going to pay me now to do it, I will definitely do it. So it's been really great. In 2018, we were very fortunate because of all the programs that we have at Burston. Just to give you an idea of the programs that we have there, we have Creative Expressions Dance Studio. It's been there for 41 years. We have the Chosen Few Arts Council, which is a fine arts program that's been there for about 11 years now. We have the Burston Bicycle Club, which teaches the fundamental ways of bicycling in the community. And after the 8 weeks, the kids get a brand new bike. This is no charge whatsoever. We have FWC Burston Boxing, which is the home of Clarissa Shields, when she won the Olympic gold medalist. And we have her on the front of the building. We have a senior line dance right now. We have a senior exercise class on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays. And it's for seniors that if you can't stand up and do your exercises, you can actually come there and sit in a chair and do it. These are all free things that we have there. We have yoga on Thursdays from 1 to 2:30, which is free. We just started Tai Chi on Tuesdays and Thursdays now. We have the Serenity House come in and does acupuncture on the 2nd and 4th Friday, and that has been really just amazing. Burston is also known for the basketball. That's what a lot of people know Burston for, because if you think that you have a decent basketball game in the city of Flint, at one time or another you came to Burston Fieldhouse. We average, on average, about, during the course of a week, probably about 250, 300 kids that actually come through the building, and we add about another 150 or so adults with the different programs that we have. So we are now a full-service recreational facility. But in 2018, we were very fortunate to be part of the Art Education and Enrichment Millage. And with that, that gave us some designated funding so that we can continue to do these programs that we're doing. We just added, over the last 2 years, during the summer, we added some summer concerts out back in Burston. So we're very excited. But getting back to why this particular project is so important, in 2017, I started to have a conversation with C.S. Mott and Ridgway White, and I was telling them that, Burston needed some TLC. Burston will be 100 years old next year, and we're going to do a big celebration for that. And having that conversation with him, he gave us a small grant that we can do a feasibility study. Once we did the feasibility study, we saw the needs of a building that was 90-some plus years old. From that, THA Architect and Engineering came to us and said that they would be willing to work with us to do a full master plan. So this actual master plan that we have for Burston actually started in 2017. And we've been quietly working to put all the pieces together around this. It's taken from 2017 to now to get to the point where we're at. But with this build out, we're going to build a 57,000 square foot new building on the back of the existing building. It's going to have 3 gymnasiums in it. It's going to have a walking track up top. It's going to have a full recreational gym in it or workout facility in it. We're going to have a commercial kitchen. And I know Commissioner Pfeiffer, he came over and he got a chance to see the plans. But what I would love for you guys to do, if you have an opportunity, if you would come over to Burston, because these plans are huge, and actually see what we're doing. We have just recently purchased the former school that was behind Burston that has been a blighted structure for over 25 years. We purchased that this summer and we tore it down. We took out a 15,000 gallon drum out the ground and had to do the remediation on it. We just recently bought 72 properties from the land bank that now we own everything down Dewey Street, and we own quite a few properties on Jameson. With this project, we're going to vacate, or the plan is to vacate Dewey Street to make this a full-size recreation and arts campus. This building is going to have an amphitheater with a splash pad. It's going to have a regulation-sized softball field, so we'll be able to do games down there. And Burston is known for the softball. For the last 35 years, on any given Sunday from Memorial Day through Labor Day, you might have 1,500, 2,000 people down there on Sundays watching the softball. So we're real excited about that. We're going to also put in a football, soccer, and lacrosse field. We also put in a new Little League baseball field, and then we're going to put back in the basketball courts, and we're going to have an up-to-date playground that is handicap accessible. So this is a very large project. The project in itself is $26 million. With this money that we're receiving from you guys, if you guys move forward, we'll be at about $14.5 million that we have. We have other funding sources that are coming to bear. We have some money coming from the state of Michigan. Last year, we got $1 million from the state of Michigan. We got another $500,000 coming right after the first of the year. We also have a grant with the DNR Trust Fund that we're waiting on at the end of December. But we also have some large donors that I'm not at liberty to speak of right now that are ready to step up. So this is going to happen, which you guys is blessing. I'm just really excited about this. Actually, the site plan review goes to the Planning Commission on November 22nd. So we are moving along with it, and we've been quietly doing this. You know, sometimes people do these capital campaigns and they get out in front of it a little too fast. We've been doing everything that we need to do behind the scenes to put everything in place so that when we announce what we're doing, we're going to be ready to go. I have a tremendous leadership committee that is helping guiding me as I walk through this. I have Gary Horan is on my leadership committee. I have Phil Schultz. I have Lawrence Moon. I have Mark Miller, who is just recently retired from General Motors. He was a very highly respected executive. I have some people from Huntington Bank that's there. So I have all of the pieces in place to be able to move forward with this. And I'm just really excited to be able to come before you. Anybody that knows you know that I love Burston. I tell people all the time, being a county commissioner is what I do. My job is actually being the executive director of Burston, and to be able to just see the change that we've been able to do over the last few years has just been really remarkable. And one thing that I also want to just state before you guys vote on this. On December the 1st, if you guys have time, Thursday, December the 1st, at 6 o'clock, we're lighting up the night merry and bright. I don't know if you guys have had an opportunity to come by Burston the last 2 years when we had the Christmas lights up. But we are partnering with the Flint Institute of Music again, and we're going to have the horn section there and a choir, and we're going to pass out some hot chocolate and some other things, and it's going to be just a 2-hour event, but it's going to be very, very nice there in North Flint. So I'm very excited for this. This is going to be very transformative, and I would hope that each and every one of you would get an opportunity to come by Burston and sit down with me, and I can actually show you what's going on. There is a short video that THA Architect and Engineering has put together. It's about a minute and a half long, and it gives you a flyby of what the new building and the old building with the splash pad would look like. What I would like to do is I will send it to Janelle, and then she can actually send it out to each one of you, and I think that would be great. So I'm sorry, I'm in right there because I know I might have questions.
Thank you. You was a little long-winded. No.
Man, I am a politician.
No, I'm
At
just
times.
You're okay, but listen. So if we approve this, send this to council, what's next?
Actually, we are going to be going out to bid in January, and we're looking at a start date at the end of March. And the first step is we're going to build the 57,000 square foot building first. And while we're doing this, because we don't want to close Burston down, so we're going to build that building first. And once that building is completed, and it's projected to be completed in 1 year, then we're going to move all of our programs that we have in the old part of Burston into the new building. And then we're going to renovate the old building because, you know, we want to keep that historical perspective of Burston. Burston is 100 years old next year. Actually, June 18th of 2023, Burston will be 100 years old. So we're excited about it.
My other question is the baseball that draws a lot of people there on Sundays. In the process of you building a new facility, what is the alternative for the baseball team to play while y'all under renovation?
We've been working on that, and actually, Councilwoman Presley, I was going to reach out to you because we were thinking of, is it Whaley Field over on Dordt Highway? The baseball field that's there? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were thinking about that would be a great way to be able to keep it, because we have about 8 teams that play in our league, and they come from the entire county. So we were thinking of looking at that area. Then we also was looking at it's not Hasselbrain. Yeah, Hasselbrain. Hasselbrain has a field there, but it just needs some TLC. So we were looking at if we have to spend some money just to get that together, we'll be doing that. But we are looking at some alternatives, and we're going to get it together. We're going to get it together.
What about Dewey Park? No, I'm just playing. It ain't big enough.
Dewey Park is always an option too.
Yeah, it ain't. I don't think it's big enough.
Yeah,
But,
that's it. You know how many people come, so it's got to be a decent size. Okay.
yeah. Okay, I'm all done. Thank you so much, and congratulations, and hopefully this will pass.
Okay. Ms. Herkenroder?
All right. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for sharing all of that information. One of my questions, and I think you might know where I'm going with this. As we know, 25% of families with children in the city do not have access to broadband internet in their home. We know that right now, especially with COVID, among so many other things, we need to have broadband as a public right. I didn't hear you say anything about making sure that there was some kind of computer lab or some public access. So my question is, within this new facility, is expansion of any such computer lab or expansion of any public access internet a goal of the Burston Fieldhouse team?
Absolutely. And in the basement of Burston, we have the Burston Success Center. And right now we have 14 computers there. The whole building is Wi-Fi. and actually it's set up where the guest Wi-Fi can actually go all the way up to Shiloh Common.
Do you
So-
happen to know how fast the speeds are on that broadband?
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty quick, because if it can go all the way up to, we're talking about 2 blocks
Well,
away.
range is very different from speed.
Yeah. It's pretty fast, because
Okay.
people that's in the building, they can get up and do whatever they need to do extremely quick. So I could check on that for you, but that's something that we are definitely looking at. And we even looking at a health component with this facility. So it's going to be a full-service
Okay.
facility once we finish.
Yeah, that's really great to hear too, especially because so many more insurances are starting to take telehealth visits as applicable visits.
Absolutely.
With the digital, well, with the Learning Center, do you have any digital skills teachers or anybody to help teach computers to people who show up there?
We have some parents that volunteer with us.
Okay.
That also work with the kids. We have the tablets there as well too. So we do some things with the kids around that. We don't have a teacher per se, but that's something that we're looking at, and definitely as we expand out, because as we expand out this building, we're going to be adding more staff.
Okay.
Because we're a small staff right now. So when this is all said and done, we're going to be adding about 10 additional staff, and that's one area that we're definitely looking at.
Okay, I would recommend.
Oh, yeah.
I would
We on it.
recommend
We on it.
expanding digital access into all of the future programs, including those
Absolutely.
digital skills. So, thank you. I look very, very forward to seeing the success of this.
Please come over. That's all
I love it, yeah.
You guys get an opportunity. Come over and do the exercise. Come over and do the senior line dance.
I want to do
You'll have fun.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer first, and then you, Mr. Mays.
Thanks for coming in, Commissioner Nolan. As you mentioned, you and I sat down and went through the facility and went through the plans, and I think Ridgeway put us in touch with each other. So
Yes, absolutely.
That was it was definitely great to see that and see the what you have planned, and it's nothing short of amazing. And I hope, and I know that there's that funding gap that there still occurs, and we have the hopefully the philanthropic partners come through with that. And the facility is great. It definitely needs upgrades. You mentioned yoga. You shut the windows in the gym, and you could have hot yoga. That's a big thing now.
That's one of the major things that we have to do. The building it's a 100-year-old building, and it's those steam heat, and it's only 2 temperatures in Burson.
Yeah.
Hot or hotter.
It was
during the winter. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in there and sweat my issues away.
And we don't have an elevator, so that's part of the build-out too.
Yeah.
We'll have an elevator there.
My question to you is, once you have this facility and, we cross all the Ts and dot the Is, do you have the plan and the resources for ongoing funding to keep this up and maintained at a superior level? I know that, we tend to, look at Auto World, right? We spend a lot of money, and then we just didn't upgrade it and we didn't do anything with it. Do you have the capacity? Do you have the ongoing funding that you're going to need for, like you said, those 10 additional employees, the additional square footage of the maintenance and upkeep? You have funding?
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that we're looking at with this $26 million build-out. Actually, 2.5 years worth of funding is actually built into this capital campaign. And, and then we're looking at, when you got 3 gyms now, we're looking at tournaments, because, we sponsor an AAU team that we send around the country. And these AAU tournaments generate $150,000, $200,000 over a 4 or 5 day weekend. So we're looking at that kind of things that we can do. And then we're going to have additional rental space there in the building so we can bring other programs in there. So we do have a plan that we're looking at that is very feasible. And we're dotted all our I's and crossed all our T's with this. We're on top of it. You know, like I said, I've been working on this since 2015, so this is not something that we take very lightly. You know, we did our due diligence.
And then I still think you need to keep the boxing gym in that room.
The boxing gym is going to be much bigger.
That's
It's gonna
another
be much bigger.
conversation.
It's going to be much bigger.
But other than that, thanks for coming in, and I
Thank you.
support this project. I can't wait to see shovels in the ground and get the project moving. It's going to be great, and hopefully we can see the end of it.
All of you guys will be there. We're looking at tentatively toward the end of March. That's when we want to put shovels in the ground to start the first piece.
Great.
So we've done all the soil boring, all the surveying. We've spent quite a bit of money already on the front end getting to this point. So.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he yelled. Thank you, Commissioner Noden, for coming in. You know, I did look at the video that you sent me,
yeah.
and this is really nice. I'm so excited. This is going to really, really be good for the north end of Flint. I mean, people complain about there's nothing to do on the north end. We're not doing anything on the north end. This is gonna hit it right here. But I had a question because you mentioned Dewey Street and you mentioned that you guys purchased all of the properties on Dewey.
Yep.
So how far down are
Actually,
you gonna go?
the building that's on the corner, Club Quorum, everything behind that all the way to North Street.
Okay.
And then on Jameson Street, we own that lot next to the Quorum Club, and we go all the way down, and it's one house that we're working toward. You know, we're talking with the people about purchasing it. We did purchase Wright's Funeral Home, so we own that. So we own everything but one house.
So you're gonna clear out all of that?
It's
and
already
just-
gone.
Okay.
It's already
Okay.
gone.
Oh, wow. Wow, I'm excited.
If you get a chance, you can go down there and look at it. There's a couple of houses on Jameson that we have to take down, but on Dewey Street, all the houses are gone. The very last house, actually, it burned up a couple of weeks ago.
When? Oh,
Somebody had set it on fire like in the summer, and I guess they didn't do the job well enough. They came back and set it on fire, and this time it burned all the way to the ground.
so you've cleared out all of that on Dewey Street already?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah, all but that little lot.
Right.
But we're going to take care of that once this is approved, and then we can start, we're going to take all that out.
Okay, okay. Well, I support this project. I'm very excited to see the finished product, and thank you for coming
Thank you.
forth. Thank you,
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mays.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to say Brian Nolan, BB.
All
or
of them work.
Commissioner Nolan,
All
or
of them
former
work.
Councilman Nolan. You know, some of us remember when it was a swimming pool hooked to burst.
Oh, yeah?
And some of us on this council, not most of them, I do. I sit on the council with you for a minute. Sit on the council with Neely for a minute. I watched people grow. I've seen you go over the county commissioner. Tell me if I'm wrong. But I remember when Hasselbrink was padlocked. Howard Crawford, the emergency manager's name, was in power. I can remember when the keys was transferred to you, so to speak, to Burston. You recall?
Yeah.
At the time, you was a council person.
I was a council person, yes.
Was emergency managers in place?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so my point is, under law, Had it not been a takeover of the city of Flint, emergency managers in place, council people couldn't have got the keys to that facility. But it was made possible. You made the best of it. You've helped it grow. My point for saying that is this. I can support the project. I supported you and Mr. Winfrey when y'all came to me to be a part of the millage, which would get $400,000 for, at that point, the next 10 years. Even my consulting firm took a consulting fee. I think it was $5,000. The point is this. I'm going to support Burston, but I'm also partial to the Broome Center project.
Okay.
I'm also partial to all of them stacks of applicants who done put in for ARPA funds. But when you come in with the MAP Foundation, I know Josh Freeman's history when he sit here, and now he over there as like the coordinator for the county commissioners. I believe your relationship had something to do with that. It might not. I believe also that he's on the board at Burston.
He is.
Some of us look at Burston, we hold it dear to us. We ain't gonna stand in the way. We're gonna help you. I will help you. But I want to talk about that history. I want to talk about that history for folks who don't understand the history. Some of us took pride in that part of town, Burston, black folks, whatever, and we want to hold on to it. We want to hold on to it and prove that we can do just as good as white folks downtown on the north side, and we board of directors, we can get grants, whatever. So I'm sensitive to that part because I'll see council people fall over council people when you say to my foundation, you come in as a county commissioner, and then you got these little people come in who in a house with a tarp on their roof, and people give them a hard time. I want equal treatment. I want equal treatment for the big projects from this council, and I want equal treatment for the little projects. This council passed a action to create an initial form that's been vetted, and we know how much money, 7 million there. Soon as somebody say to them, oh, I didn't know what I voted on. Them people. So if you bring this project, I'll see what they do. Okay. I've had a hard time. The damn will get up and excuse myself and go home. I don't like discrimination. I don't like different treatment, and I don't like her popping her head up when I say that like that because I got peripheral vision. And so that police, I've asked that he not be here no more. I don't want some of these people here who treat me differently and treat black folks and others differently with points of orders and being germane, and then they be all in left field. So I came back because I've too seen the video. Thank you for sending it. I've too looked at the project for over the years. I've too looked at your involvement over the years. I've too looked at the blueprints in your office for over the years. And so God bless you and God bless the project. But when it comes to them little people who ain't got folks around them, because you know Phil Schultz and my foundation, them fall over certain black folks when they think they're in position and power. Yeah. And then they leave other folks hanging, and some of these folks act the same way. So God bless you, God bless the project. I look forward to it if it passes. I wouldn't care if you need more money. But at the same time, my position is this. I'm going to fight for the little man, and I'm going to fight for the Broome Center people and other projects, and I'm not going to just trip because of you in the position. God bless the residents of the city of Flint. You might not understand it now to make sense later, and we'll continue to work and talk. God bless you.
Thank you.
I'm being excused if I may. I ain't got time for mess.
Dr. Lewis?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Nolden.
Yes.
And I also would like to thank you in advance for working with us as we revitalize Haskell's. We are having our initial meeting to discuss this on November the 15th, at the Northside Police Mini Station, so we're
I'll be
looking
there.
forward to seeing you there.
I'll be there.
All right, thank you so much.
Ms. Burns?
Madam Chair, thank you. Commissioner Nolan, I'm going to address you by your title, but it may also be superhero to the north side for Burston. Burston is a staple. I mean, there's nothing that you can't, mostly everyone's been there. Sunday baseball, it's remarkable. You come down, you sit, you bring your food, there are food vendors, and it's something to where nothing ever happens down there. You know, whenever the baseball is there. You have the boxing, and the many boxers who have went on to be professional boxers, male and female. When we talk about the basketball, you didn't shoot hoop unless you was at Burston.
Right.
And that is something that is a staple in the community. The dance studio, creative dance. My daughter went there. You had tap there, you had ballet.
Yes.
There's so much that's there, the computers for the children. So having that, which is easy access, we're not destroying a building that has been here and it has historical value and being repurposed and not repurposed, using it for its purpose and then adding on to it is something is great to see in my lifetime. I appreciate your commitment to Burston because it is a labor of love, as you see many people come in and out of those doors, and to keep it up and to fight for it. And then to have to play the political part that may be the roughest part, actually.
It is.
To keep the doors open. So thank you for your love for Burston, and then for the commitment. I look forward to the groundbreaking, to see this because it adds to our community. And we need to get a hold to these kids because when the streets get a hold to these kids, the streets don't let go, and we end up burying these children. And we've got 14, 15, 12-year-olds with guns who are committing homicides. Give them alternative, give them something to do, and Burston has been a place to give them something to do. Put the guns down, you want to fight, put on a pair of boxing gloves. You know, it gives them an alternative, gives them a different interest. So I look forward to having this expanded. I mean, it's a great community resource, and then having the forethought to say, hey, not just remodel our existing building, let's expand, which takes vision, and it takes a visionary person to do that. So thank you for what you are doing and committed to our community, to our city, because our children need it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Madam Chair.
So it's my turn, and I can't add to anything that my colleagues have said. I am going to tell you that I cannot attend December 1st.
Okay.
I have 2 prior commitments, and I don't know how I'm going to play a concert in Fenton.
Okay.
And anyways, but I'm going to talk about the dollars because I'm the money person, right? This is leveraging our money to the fullest.
Absolutely.
And I'm so thankful for you to developing and getting the funds together so that we can use these dollars to be transformative of Princeton.
Thank
So
you.
I want to thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Can I borrow $2? No, I'm just playing.
Any other discussion? Okay, if no other discussion, can we have roll call, please? On sending 220473 to council.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Thank you guys very much, and this is way past my bedtime. I got to tell y'all, so, all right. Good night.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to send 220473 to council.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn.
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded for adjournment. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no for adjourn at 8:48.
I'm leaving, guys. Have a good one.
You ready? Okay, it is, we'll say 8:45, and the Legislative Committee comes to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Okay, Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
You have 5 members present.
5 present.
Yes.
Reading of disorderly conduct is on the agenda. Is there anyone wishing to speak? Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, is there anybody who counsel response? Seeing none, we are on to the ordinance 220472. I'll take a motion.
Yes. I would like to move ordinance number 220472, ordinance chapter 50 PC 223 Flint Planning Commission rezoning of 4811 Fenton Road from CC City Corridor or C Commerce of Employment.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Any discussion?
Yes, through you
Mr.
to
Murphy.
the representatives, could you guys come to the podium right quick? Thank you. Could you give,
Please state your name for the
Yes.
record, sir. Yep.
Good evening. My name is David Jancevic, owner and representative of Flint Plaza, which is located on Fenton Road.
okay, could you explain to the public, for those who's not familiar with this particular ordinance, what is it that you guys are proposing to do for the listening audience of the public that's listening?
Sure. So currently, what we are proposing is I'm going to allow her to pass those so you guys can see it as I speak.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. You could continue to talk while
Yeah,
she's
no
passing
problem.
it out.
So what we're proposing is a change of ordinance due to, this is a 32-acre corner, and it's a 365,000 square foot building. And this is our second year of owning it. And we took the old Value City and already converted to indoor climate control. And then there's the next section, which was the other, one was Value City clothing, one was Value City furniture, and the other one was, I can't recall the name. Do you remember, Melvin? What used to be there. So we're converting all those into indoor climate control, and we are still left with, I'm going to say another little bit over 100,000 square feet that we are inquiring to do contractor condos and such due to the situation that the neighborhood really doesn't support. We have no other ideas on what else we can do with a mega structure that big, that building that big.
So the old Value City structure, plaza that was right there on Fenton and at Hempfield Road?
Correct.
So you guys, this is that facility,
Yes, sir.
and you are trying to convert it into some condos?
Contractor condos. Like-
Contract?
Yeah, they're like.
What's a contract condo? I don't
Contractor
understand.
condo is, it would be if you're a general contractor that you would have a bay door in the back and a little office area in the front. And then you'd be able to start up a contracting business, whether it's a roofing business, whether it's a paving business, whether, just any general
So it's gonna be
contract.
business in the front,
It'll be office in the front.
office space in the
Yeah.
front, and they can live in the back, probably,
Yes.
sort of, kind of. And it's gonna be upgraded.
Point of
and
information.
Yeah.
It's not for live. It's
No, not to live,
Not
yeah.
to live.
Oh, well,
It's
now I'm
office on the front and equipment storage in the back.
Oh, well, I was confused then. Thanks
Yeah,
for
sorry.
clarifying that. I thought we was going to have some houses.
As well as light manufacturing, light industrial. Let me
Okay.
correct my phrase. And then we have some already approved through the city of Flint with, like I said, the indoor climate control and outdoor parking, because we're looking at a 32-acre corner. We have to be able to, sustain it and fix it properly and bring additional businesses in the area.
So you guys already secure funding for this? What
Yes.
is the funding amount? The
Well,
investment amount that you guys are proposing to invest in this particular area?
We purchased the property for $1.4 million, and we own other additional properties in Flint. I have another 5 apartment complexes, which I'm going to start with the first one that I purchased about 5 years ago. It used to be called, what was it called? The Pines of Hammerburg, sorry. So this particular...
Where is that located at?
On Hammerburg Road, right across the street from the senior citizen. So just to give you a little background, what we done there,
What he's saying is, remember where the 7-Eleven used to sit at the corner of
Yeah.
Antigen and Hammerberg?
Sir, can you, if you speak in front of the
Yeah,
microphone?
you got it.
What
Can
he's
you
confirmed.
Please state your name as well.
Melvin Tackett. What he's saying is, remember the 7-Eleven used to sit on the corner of Antigen and Hammerberg? Those was the Pines apartments in the back. And we all know what those used to look like years ago. It was a very beautiful complex. But over the years, through different owners, kind of went down. Well, we brought them back up.
Is it, I'm thinking about Kings Lane.
No. King's, point of information, King's Lane is actually behind this complex.
yes, correct. So before us taking over the Pines of Hammerburg, which now it's called Savory Village Apartments,
Okay.
there were 5 owners that had owned it prior to us owning it. And believe it or not, guys, all 5 failed to bring it back. I mean, the things that what I dealt there with, I'm talking from, selling drugs, prostitution, triple homicide murder happened in the same complex. So we brought that, now it's a very homey community. We put a gate, not just a chain link, I put a nice, beautiful iron fence around it. Matter of fact, we just got done planting about $20-some thousand in trees last week in the premises. And then after that, we bought senior citizen, it's on Brookfield Apartments, which on Hammerburg Court. And then we have Southgate condos, which are 1 street over. Then we also purchased Sylvester Manor in downtown, the high-rise in downtown Flint. We did a lot of work in that one as well. From getting it,
Point of information, do you still own Sylvester Sylvester Manor?
yes.
So, okay.
Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm done. I like it. I support it.
Ms. Herkenreuter, do you want the floor?
Well, I do now. So can you list the other apartment complexes that you currently have management of in the city of Flint?
And we just bought another complex, also in downtown, on the other side of 475. We closed on it last week. There was a group out of Canada that owned it. It was called East it's called East Village Apartments, and we named it Flint East Village Apartments.
So that particular apartment complex, as well as, I keep wanting to call it Sylvester Broom, but Sylvester Manor,
It's in downtown.
have previously been in the 7th Ward. Sylvester Manor is no longer in the 7th Ward, but East Village now is. I have gotten, and I understand that you just took that ownership, I have a lot of community members who are very interested in that property.
To live in?
No, to make sure it's taken care of, because it has been a perpetual eyesore in the neighborhood. I want to keep hearing more about your apartment complexes too before I have follow-up questions, and this will connect,
Sure.
I promise.
Sure. So let me just give you a quick background on, we took over Sylvester Manor Apartments last year about this time. So when we took over from it was a management company that ran it for real nice people that owned it, but they were attorneys out of Lapeer. When we took over, one boiler was running 53 units. And I had all the tenants complaining about heat. So I took initiative on myself, and I went and bought over 100 heaters, plug-in, and I took care of everybody's electric bill for that 4 weeks that we needed to get the boiler parts to get it fixed. So I located the boiler parts in Bronx, New York, and they said, we can't ship it for 90 days. I put a guy on the truck, and I said, you go drive to Bronx, get the parts, come back. So we had that boiler running within the first 3 weeks on in the complex. And I have proof to show you guys on videos. I did the roof on the parking structure. I did all LED lighting on outside buildings.
Sir, that's great. Love to hear it. Can you tell me about your other apartment complexes? What other ones you own in the city, please?
So the other one that I've owned is the new one I just purchased. And then we have Savory Village. And then we have the senior citizen on the other side of, that's in township.
That's in the
I'm
township.
sorry. Which, I don't know, it's on the
Yeah,
Hamburg.
that's fine.
Yeah.
So you
and
said 4, did you say 4 or 14 initially?
We got 5.
Okay.
total.
Hearing that, and hearing the fact that I have a number of friends, very close people to me who live in Sylvester Manor, who as soon as the ownership transitioned, had nothing but problems getting in contact with the property management company since it was sold, and stated to me that they actually ended up organizing a tenant association to solidify their complaints because they were not being taken care of. Learning that, and also having the experience with the East Village Apartments and the fact that that has been a continual, and again, I know that you guys just signed on this, but I really, really am going to struggle to support this because we want to make sure that when we bring businesses into the community, that as business owners who are invested in the people more than the money in this community, and I'm really going to it's going to be a very hard convincing of me to be able to approve this at council. So I will vote to send it to council, but I'm going to need a lot of convincing between now and Monday to be able to approve this, given the fact that I have had so many residents reach out to me regarding both of those two properties, and I'll ignore the complaints from East Village, understanding that that property ownership has just now changed. But given the sheer number of complaints from Sylvester Manor, I'm going to have a really hard time supporting this. I appreciate that you're coming to the city and that you're trying to invest in the city. I'm really concerned about the management style.
Okay, my question is, we knew what the city of Flint was like before everything went haywire. If he would have never bought these properties, you would still be having the same problem. But I don't understand where the problem's coming in where you want support because of apartment complex. Who was stopping the murders out there? No one.
Okay, respectfully, sir, thank
That's
you.
not what she's
I'm
talking
done.
about.
No.
That's not what she's talking about.
Thank you.
I understand what you're talking about. If I may say something, are you getting these complaints from Sylvester Manor now? Is that what you're saying to me?
Yep, I'm done.
In the last year?
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there anyone else in the first round? Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and be very brief. I'm definitely excited to see development in the old Value City Plaza because we need it. We definitely need it. But what we also need, we need good neighbors. We need good investors. And so just hearing what my colleague is saying in the 7th Ward, we just don't want Flint to be an investment opportunity. We want it to be an opportunity to uplift the people. And so my question is, I heard that you always said Sylvester Manor, Flint East Village Apartments. What was the other?
Savory Village Apartments.
What called?
Savory.
Can you say this?
Savory Village Apartments.
Savory?
Yes.
SAVORY. Okay. Now I'm going to say 5.
Now she's great.
Yay.
Okay. Southgate Townhomes.
You said Southgate?
Townhomes, yes.
I wonder if they're located?
They're in Heidelberg Bed on the front, in the township, in the Plain Township.
Okay. All right, so, again, I'm going to do a little bit of due diligence because I just want to make sure that this is a fit.
Point of information. Could you repeat the 5 again, please?
Sure. Savory Village Apartments. We have Sylvester Manor Apartments, Brookfield Apartments, and Southgate Townhomes. And then we have Flint Plaza.
Okay, so again, I definitely appreciate that.
Sure.
And you know, the whole being a good neighbor deal and making sure that you manage what you have before we give you more. I'm heavy on that. I voted no to a project because of bad ownership. Because I looked at what they had, how they were maintaining that property, and that totally told me that if we gave you more, this is what you can do with it. So, so thank you for being transparent and disclosing that. I definitely would like to look into this just to see how these are run and to give us an idea of how this will run. And thank you so much for investing in Flint. Ownership. And because I looked at what they had, how they were maintaining that property, and that totally told me that if we gave you more, this is what you're going to do with it. So, so thank you for being transparent and disclosing that. I definitely would like to look into this just to see how these are run. It'll give us an idea of how this will run. And thank you so much for investing in Flint.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Burns?
How many, I'm going to ask you, Sylvester Manor, how many units are in there?
53.
53?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many units are in Savory Village?
132.
How many are in Brookfield?
32.
32. And Southgate?
Same thing, 32.
32. So, who is your property management firm?
We have a property management firm in-house. Everything is ran out of Savory Village Apartments.
Okay, so your property management firm, which is not unusual, so you're running on all of them. They use your one out of Savory Village?
The main office is there.
Okay, and it's in Savory Village. I would like to look at the properties. What year did you acquire Sylvester Manor?
Just last year.
Okay, what about Savory Village?
We're going on 5 years.
Okay, and then what about Brookfield?
Going on 2 years.
Southgate Townhomes?
Same thing, 2 years.
2 years. Where did you own properties prior? Or were you running another company?
Lapeer County,
Lapeer?
yes. Warren,
Point of information, did you say Lapeer Gardens?
no, Lapeer County.
Okay.
And Lapeer, so how long have you been in the business?
I've been in real estate, I'd say about 15 years.
About 15 years?
Yes.
And how many, your staff, because we're looking at the properties, I think some of the questions, how big is your property management firm?
We have about 10 people working.
About 10 people?
Yes, besides some general contractors that come in as needed.
Okay, and so with this new project that you want to do, which is taking over, it's a conversion,
Yes.
and how many units?
Well, there's 365,000 square feet located there.
Okay. I will be, I guess, doing the field trip.
I'd love to give you a tour.
Well, and I'm going to take a tour. Because I think it's, and I get what my colleagues are stating, because I have Sunset Village in my ward. And it's a nightmare.
Well, I don't know if this helps, but behind Flint, when we took over Savory Village, Melvin he patrols all the properties. the amount of cleanup that we had to do,
It's enormous.
we took the right procedures up about pulling all the city permits, when, let the city know about everything that we did before we did it. We rehabbed already 5 buildings completely in full there, and there should be some photos online that you guys could view. The, same thing with the Flint Plaza. We currently keep a dumpster out back that, we get a lot of people just come and dump in the middle of the night. That thing gets changed up twice a month. Probably if you go there now, I mentioned you guys earlier talk about people throwing stuff. On daily basis, we clean mattress and couches and just cars that people leave there, and he can contest to that. So I feel that we're doing a good job. I'm a little disappointed, and I'm going to look into what you said. I'm just curious if this is something that happened, because we have a lot of city officials that live in Sylvester Manor, and also, I'm surprised to hear what you heard, because what I just heard tonight, because I like to believe that we do a great job, and we're not perfect in everything, but I'm not saying we don't make mistakes.
I'm not asking for you to, well, I am kind of, sort of, but I want to see what your project is, so I would like to meet with you to walk through. We look at apartments, and they're so easy. The dumping, it just happens. Right now, people have used Sunset Village as a dumping ground, and we don't know where they come from, and you can't seem to catch the people. But we also have a tenant in Sunset Village, or owner, who's not moving at the rate that they should be. They're still in phase 1. 10 months ago. And so that's the thing, moving the project. And I think with this council, we want to make sure that not only it's not just profitable for you, but that in respect to the community, that it's a project that looks nice, the tenants are taken care of. Basically, just come to Flint and respect Flint, not just for money.
I don't
and I think that
disagree.
relationship has to be built. I would like to look at the property, because when you're walking a property, you have a lot more, conversation, and you can get the feel. It's having dialogue back and forth, which to me is important. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm looking, that's why I asked the amount of years. I know that it takes time for building and permits. We're talking about, fixing up a property, and some of these 132-unit property is going to be a big property to bring up to code, make changes in different levels and phases. So I understand that clearly. But I would like to see the properties and then have some open dialogue with you. I like taking properties, repurposing them. I've seen it. Chicago did a great job of that, and bigger, cities when I lived there. And I like to see things not just sit there and just continue to deteriorate. And that to me is important. But I would like your number before you leave, so I could take a tour and take a look. I'm optimistic about it, but I think that we want to make sure, for us to be good stewards, that we care about what's coming into Flint. And it's not necessarily to go back and forth, but just to let you know that we have a standard of excellence that we would, we want to work with good businesses who, if it's profitable for you, we want to make sure that you take care of the tenants in your property, just so that it's a good, good working relationship, and not to have, I don't want another Sunset Village, and I have Sunset Village. And the amount of time and my work that I spend on Sunset Village is ridiculous, and we're still in phase 1. Not one person lives in Sunset Village, and it won't be until maybe, they told me, next September or October, and that is ridiculous to me. So you may be getting some flack for some other past, owners, but I think that when we create these relationships, we have a duty and responsibility to follow up. We have to, because it'll end up another Sunset Village, and they're now graffitiing Sunset Village and still dumping and breaking in, and you name it. And I don't want to see another, people in the neighborhood, because they're bored, they just want a demo now at this point. And we've had, unfortunately, and I'm not saying for you bad landlords or owners, but I like to give you the benefit of the doubt so that we can, talk about certain things, then go over. And let's treat Flint like we're in Lake Fenton.
I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm disappointed in what I just heard tonight. Sincerely, I am.
So I appreciate you giving me, the information I think you, that you have. And then before you leave, I would like to just schedule just to see.
Sure.
Okay.
I'd love to give you a tour.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank
Anyone
you.
else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Then I will go and say that I would support this once again. I think we spoke earlier, this is the second time. We didn't get it through the first time a while back, before the words changed. This is now in my ward. I want something done with this plaza. I know that there's plazas all over the place. I know that like Clio Road has plazas that are similar to this one that are vacant for decades. And I want to see something happen with this. I know that it's on the peninsula where there's no residents in the city of Flint. It's just a little, I think this is the southernmost part of Flint other than Bishop Airport. So I support it. Ms. Wilcox, can you tell us a little bit of background and give us the Planning Commission's thoughts on this?
Sure. Thank you. I just want to bring us back to the fact that this is a request for a rezoning. And what happened several months ago was that Planning Commission had recommended denial of the request for rezoning from a D3 to a D5. And they actually recommended that David and his group, bless you, that they come back after the zoning code was adopted. They felt it was more appropriate for a rezoning from city corridor to commerce and employment. And so they've made a recommendation that this rezoning actually be approved. That was their recommendation. And so we're coming back tonight requesting that approval. So I just want to kind of bring us back to the fact that this is a request for rezoning. We're requesting that it be moved for first reading on Monday. And I understand your questions and your concerns about other apartment complexes that David has been working on and his team have been working on. But I will say that with the one complex that the city, the Building and Safety Inspections and Planning and Development is familiar with, which is the Pines, I think, on Hammerberg, they've done an outstanding job. They've been compliant with pulling permits, timely construction, and the quality of the renovation. So this is the first I've heard about Sylvester Manor. I wasn't even aware of the other properties. Some of them he's acquiring on an ongoing basis. But for the one project that we have worked with him on, it's been done compliantly, and I know that that's a separate type of construction. Obviously, we're talking about a commercial project versus these residential apartments, but that project has been done well and on time and within their budget and also compliantly with building and safety inspection. So I'm comfortable, moving forward with some commercial construction based upon that. But again, this is really just a request for a rezoning. So I'd like us to kind of focus on that. I'm certainly, the Planning Commission recommends approval of it, and Planning and Development supports that. And I would say absolutely do your due diligence on the other projects, but let's move it forward for first reading. And then in that 30 days before second reading and public hearing, we can do some background. And David, I know, will be compliant to work with you on that.
Thank you. And I think, so I'm not sure the name, but Savory is the one behind the former 7-Eleven across from Rosehaven.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's in my ward as well, and I haven't had any complaints whatsoever come out of there. So other than I've had more complaints about the party store in the front than your facility. So I support this. Anyone in the second round? Ms. Roeder.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify, again, I will be voting to send this through, but I have major hesitations regarding the management. Because, for context, so Ms. Burns referenced an apartment complex called Sunset Village. For those who may not be aware, the owners of Sunset Village also owned another property on the north end of Flint called Richfield Apartments. They were not doing their due diligence, and long story short, three agencies within the city of Flint, including myself on that team, had to relocate over 80 families in the middle of winter because their pipes were so frozen that their windows and their doors were frozen from the water because the pipes had burst. And I'm not saying that we've gotten to
okay.
that level. What I'm saying is, having worked in the housing industry in the past, having the understanding that Genesee County and Flint in general have a very tremendous lack of affordable housing, and understanding that there have been, and I understand that this is not a residential, I understand that, and I understand this is just rezoning, but having understood the trauma that so many people in our community have already gone through, and then adding this because of a poor management company, I have a really hard time being able to keep moving this forward until you and I sit down and we have a better conversation about how we can treat our people better, because everybody deserves to have a safe apartment, a safe business. Everybody deserves that, and we need to make sure that the business investors who are coming into this community are able to take care of the people who are in this community. So that is my major hesitation with this. Like I said, I'm going to move forward with this rezoning, but I think we need to have a conversation.
I would love to give you a tour. Now, to answer your question, I'm thankful that you brought this up, because I'm sincerely, personally going to look into it. Now, when we took over Sylvester Manor, yes, there were a lot of pissed off people. Matter of fact, just before we fired up the boilers this year, I replaced 11 radiators. There were apartments in there, 2-bedroom apartments with a bathroom, bedroom, kitchen, living room, with one radiator. And I would love to give whoever wants to, do a tour. I would love. And you know what? I like to believe that we do our best, but there will be sometimes people that I can't make happy, But my goal is to do my best, because Arthur Smith, which is a local guy, lives in one of the complexes. Melvin lives in Savory. I have another guy that works there. So on every property, we have a personnel that works, that lives in there. If there's an emergency or a problem, we act on it. That's why, I want to look more into what you've heard, because we technically are known for doing a great job and treating people fair and well. Even when people could not pay the rent, I still worked with them. It wasn't my belief to throw them out. I mean, when you go and transition to these properties, a lot of people don't like new owners, and a lot of rules change, and a lot of things change, and we don't allow flat tires, we don't allow cars with no plates. I'm trying to clean it up. I mean, these are rules that people that might not like. We were just in court last week for a gentleman. We gave him 9 months, so many different warnings about, giving air up his tires. And then it's not about winning or losing in court. It's about doing the right thing. He's been a tenant there for 5 years, but when I warn you for 9 months, I have to take action. You park your car right on the sidewalk.
Right, and I totally understand all of that. I think this would be a better conversation for you and I to have offline.
Absolutely.
So that we can make sure that the residents who are in all these properties are taken care of and know what to expect from the property management company.
You'll have a different feel once the tour is given, I promise you.
Well, I don't know, unless the roof gets taken care of on Sylvester Manor, it might take me a minute.
But it's done. The roof is done, Sylvester Manor.
Well,
I got
there's some tenants who are not aware of that.
Okay, but do you want to see pictures? I have pictures.
With that being said,
Okay, yeah,
that
sorry.
being
Okay,
said,
no problem.
my vote is yes, I will send
Okay,
this to
well, thank you so
council,
much.
but I still have some major hesitations.
No worries. I'll be more than happy to meet with you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis?
Okay, so I heard Ms. Wilcox say that they worked on a development called The Pines. So this is through you, Mr. Chair, to Suzanne Wilcox. Did you refer to something as The Pines?
I think that's the name of it. I asked them.
It used to be the Pines of Hammerburg.
Yeah, on Hammerberg,
Okay, so now it's called what, Southgate?
Savory Village.
Oh, okay, so The Pines is now Savory Village.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted clarity. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else in the second round?
Mr. President,
Ms. Priestley?
I'm all for getting new businesses into this town and to clean up the old. There's too much vacant property.
A lot.
It's not my job to evaluate your business, but it is my job to approve zoning. And if this makes this property more marketable down the line, even if you're not the one to develop it, I'm all for it. So I'm going to vote to send this to council and support the project.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
I like to hear my colleagues say that it's not our job to evaluate your business. I like hearing that. But Suzanne, I have a quick question for you, please. Why, because we appoint people for the zoning, why were they denied the first time again? Because, and I was not paying attention because I had someone who sent me a complaint about an apartment complex with windows broken out in my ward. But,
So
and it's a
it's not
supply
the,
chain
I just
issue.
want to clarify, it's not the zoning board, it was the planning
The
commission.
planning commission, I'm sorry.
And so the planning commission recommended denial, and it came to you, and you supported that recommendation because they considered it spot zoning under the
Okay.
old zoning code. So under the
Okay,
new
new
zoning
zoning
code and some of the changes in different definitions and allowances, they felt that it would be consistent with commerce and employment. It would be considered city corridor right now.
Okay.
And so they recommended when the zoning code got adopted to bring it forward after that. So it's after October 29th, we're bringing it the first opportunity we have to you.
Okay, and so that is also right next to Kings Lane. And it's right there in the corner of, is it Hemp Hill? Hemp Hill and.
Hemp Hill.
Hemp Hill.
Kings Lane is Burton, though.
Yeah, so it's really, it's right, yeah, but they're in this back.
I get it, but it is,
Yeah.
it is
Yeah, I
Burton.
know it's Burton, yeah, I lived there, so I know.
Mhm.
That was my first apartment, long time ago, or
Yeah.
30-something years ago.
Yep.
So with it, so you're right, so it's right there. How much are you planning to spend on this project?
Good question. We
This is a
already.
big project.
Huge project.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we paid for the project $1.4 million.
I'm sorry, you paid how much?
1.4 million we paid for the project.
That's what you purchased it for?
Yes. We already opened up the storage units on 100,000 square feet. It's already functional, fully redone, the 100,000 square feet. They're actually, we had some issues. We're just getting ready to open, and somebody broke in and costed us hundreds, I'm going to say just under $200,000 in damage with all the boilers. So what they did is they cut all the 3-inch copper pipe, and they got into the radiators. I mean, I get goosebumps thinking about it. When I went up there, I almost had a heart attack. And what we just did, we just hired Oscar's Heating and Cooling. They're, matter of fact, working there now. They're putting 5 10-ton units inside, on top. I consulted with Mike and then the building department, and what they told me is because they're a little short-handed, because we got to go through the state with that. So our contractor, they just cut the holes on the roof last week to drop this heat because we just got done spending all this money and we lost all heat in the building. So,
So you don't have like a projected, like how much, like as how much you're going to spend to,
well, from start to finish, by the time we're done, I'm sure we're going to be about $5 million into this project.
does that
And
include
just, we're
1 point?
guesstimating. So what we're doing as we speak is, I get the zoning, I can bring additional businesses in, and even if I have to deliver a white box, or even if I have to get people to come in and they want to put their businesses and say, hey, I'm going to give you year and a half or 2 years rent-free, but I'm going to do this and you're going to do this. You follow what I'm saying? So I'm looking at different avenues on what we're going to do there, but it's, we got 75% of the leaks on the roofs to stop leaking with the repairs. When we took over the Dollar Tree, I got pictures for that too, that will blow your mind. The Dollar Tree literally had they had water coming in everywhere.
It's a flat roof.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
flat roofs leak.
The nightmares that we've been going through, I can't even describe. But, we're working hard every day, and, we're going to get it done. That's just no ifs or buts about it.
All right, thank you for answering my question.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Suzanne.
Madam Clerk, roll call. This is real quick. This is roll call for sending ordinance 220472 for first reading.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. Can I get a motion?
So make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn and supported. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. 9:26. This meeting is adjourned.
Hey. Government ops. Government ops. It's only discussion items.
Okay.